AAPL and BN1. AAPL. FENY.
Good morning.
And BN1. AREC.
Okay, SK Hynix is up, announcing a stock buyback. Markets seem to like that. Futures are up sharply. A little bit of profit taking right there. We got about 12 minutes to go for the opening range. For the opening bell. Okay, we got about 11 minutes to go. I'm going to grab my coffee. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, August the 19th. What is SpaceX? SpaceX on the move? What's Rocket Lab doing? Rocket Lab, RKLB. That's down pre-market. SpaceX. Let me go grab my coffee. There's SpaceX. SpaceX on the move early. Okay, it's going to put in a pre-market high above yesterday's range. SpaceX. Okay, let me grab my coffee.
TMT. TEM.
All right, so SpaceX still pushing a bit higher.
TEMT. NFLX. Logic. CSTM. YJ. TEMT. Logic. MPG. CSTM. Logic.
All right, we got about 7 minutes to go. SpaceX still on the move here. We still need to get a bit higher to break out above this pivot high at around 149.62. 149.50 breakout zone. Okay, we need to see that breakout.
Logic.
Okay.
MPG. CSTM.
SpaceX. Nice pre-market volume.
Logic. YJ.
Cerebrus, what are you doing, Cerebrus? CBRS. Okay, we got chips back on the list. Marvell's number one. Marvell is up. Okay, let me just post this in the trading room. Top 10. Top 10 usually stay in the top 10. Oops. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay, here we go.
SNFX. MPG. SNDG. NFLX. EHG. TMI.
Gold and silver are up to. Okay. SpaceX, Marvell. Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. SanDisk, SNDK. Okay, I have SOXL. That's up pre-market, SOXL. So SNDK. I really feel like reducing my exposure in the chips. They've just been acting really weird. One day they're up, the next day they're down. If you react, knee-jerk reaction to the gap downs like we had yesterday. I mean, look at SanDisk. I mean, look at SK Hynix. I mean, they all pretty much did the same thing. Micron dropped 100 points. Was it 1040 or 1040? I think it was, right? Micron dropped 1040 down to 940. I mean, that's a big drop. On a percentage, I mean, obviously, point-wise. But it's back up. All right. So it's back above the 50-day. SK Hynix. I don't know. I have to work out a strategy that's less capital intensive with a high reward. Like, I don't know, maybe looking at some sort of structured trade for next year, mid-year, like June, July, so don't have to worry about what's going on. I don't know. It may not even be worth our while. I just have to take a look at this a little more closely because I don't like these gap downs. Very gappy. This reminds me of Chinese stocks like Baidu dropped like what 10% yesterday. Baidu. Okay, enough of that. The point is I'm going to focus on reducing my exposure. Okay, you got a few stocks up here. There goes Netflix. Netflix popping. Netflix pop.
ABAT.
Okay, Baidu, we don't want that. Netflix, a little pop on Netflix. Nvidia's on the move. All right, so there's a few things I want to take off here. All right, we got a little over a minute. Let me focus here a little bit more critically, Vinny. Let's see. Let's put this over here and this here. Okay. So yesterday we were up like 300 stocks advancing. Okay, RSP faded a bit. S&P gapping down yesterday. Okay, we need some energy. Okay, Netflix, SK Hynix. Got a few things I'd like to reduce. All right. Let me see if I have any limit orders I want to take off here. Everything's fine. Okay. Working orders, limit. I don't want to get out of anything. Surprise. Okay, so we're pushing a bit higher.
CAST. SNDQ. JDST vaulted.
High tick alert plus 800.
Stream high tick alert.
RDACU vaulted to the upside. WWJD halted down. SOXS.
Okay, S&P. S&P 500, 77.25.
SSPC. XOS. NRDY halted to the upside. NFLX. STT. XOS. ARCT.
Okay, futures. Keep an eye on futures.
TEM.
Talking to myself. All right, here is the morning levels, 0-day. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit here. Okay, so far.
SNDG. SNXX. TNON.
Okay, got a lot of purple on the screen, a lot of positive gamma.
ARCT,
and BM1, VRAX, EXF1, CTKB,
TEM,
RDAC,
ASM, RDAC,
YMN, TNON,
Okay.
Extreme high tip alert.
EGT,
All right, starting to turn back up.
RDAC.
Okay, Netflix. What do I want to do with Netflix? Netflix is up a lot.
ZSTK, RDAC, TOY,
TEMT, TEM,
PAIC, AXTL, AXTX,
AXTX,
75, 85.
AXTU,
Okay, Netflix. I
VRAX,
have some 75, 85 calls for
AXTL,
ARCT,
December.
TNON,
I want to get this breakout. I need to get this breakout. 75, 85s for December.
YJ,
IPST halted down,
RDAC, TOY, MRVU,
MRVU,
AXTL, AXTX,
AXTX, AAOX, TGT,
AAOX, VRAX,
AAOG, AXTI,
CRCG, AAOG,
Okay, Sean, check it out here. Okay.
PLL, ARMG, OPEG, MSS, KES,
Okay, Sean, you should be able to have, you'll have a chart set up over here. Let's see.
MBLL,
TOY,
Okay, you should have a chart set up right here. Okay.
ARCT,
TEMT,
Create a new one. Create a new,
PFSA, MRNY,
MSS,
create a new layout right there. Create a new layout if you don't already have one. If you already have a opening, a layout, go to indicators, type in Vinny, and down here at the bottom, I think it's this one here. I think it's Vinny Orb 30-minute. You could add either one of these. It shouldn't be a problem.
ARMG,
SNDQ,
That'll give you the opening range breakout. So again, indicators, just type in Vinny in the search box. And it should be one of these two. Okay, Netflix is still pushing here. Netflix.
SNDQ, CRCG,
Okay, Netflix on the move. Tesla on the move. There goes ARM Holdings. The chips are in play. Chips in play.
NYFST may res in 10 seconds. NYFY may resume in less
Okay, Marvell, ARM Holdings, Qualcomm, Copart's in the upper range again. Copart's one we took on Friday. Copart following through.
TCU may res in 10 seconds. WWJD may res in 10 seconds. CRCG, LITZ, MSS, TEMC may resume in less than a minute. MRVI, CRCA,
VIBI,
Okay, what's Micron doing? Micron dumping here. Okay, so they're taking profits while they can. Micron
CISS,
below its pre-market high. That's not good.
NRDY may res in 10
Okay, here goes Apple. Apple.
CRCG,
VIBI, PHG, ACH,
Apple.
VI, ACH,
Apple have the 315 call for August 28.
NRDAC may resume in less than a minute. TEMC may res in 10 seconds. CCP,
MSS,
LCP, CRCG, TWST,
VIBI,
Apple from yesterday.
PHG,
Software looks good. Microsoft on the move. Thank you, Grover.
NRD1.
AAOZ, SNTQ, LITZ,
MSS.
CORD.
Netflix up.
IPST may resume in less than a minute. RTAC may resume.
Okay, what's SpaceX doing? SpaceX. All right, they already took a little profit on SpaceX on that pop.
UST,
Palantir moving. Palantir on the move. Palantir is on the move.
AAOZ,
MSS.
SNTQ, BEZ,
NRD1.
Okay, Apple's on the move. Palantir looks good. Palantir's looking good. Okay, we're above the pre-market high, so we already got that set up.
TNON.
IPST may rest in 10 seconds.
MSS. JH.
NVIZ, SNTQ,
NRD1. WET.
AAOZ, CORD, RKLZ,
RTAC.
MRNY,
CRCD. TNON.
ARCT,
MSS.
SKDD,
ARCT. OLOX.
TNON, RKLZ,
RDAC.
MRNA,
MRNX. MRNA.
MRNX, MRNY, CBRZ,
MRN1.
MSS, EIKN, AIXC,
AIXC. TNON. MSS. Logic.
RTAC, SNTQ, CORD,
AXTQ. RDAC.
AAOZ,
MRNX.
MRNA, NBIZ,
CISS. MRNA.
MRNX, MRNY,
MRN1.
MSS,
MSS. SKK.
RTAC, CISS,
AIXC. Logic. RDAC.
AAOZ,
MRNX.
Okay, Palantir, software as a service, doing well. SpaceX falling off. Apple's still moving. Apple.
CISS.
Okay, Palantir looks good. Apple above the pre-market high. Apple, let's focus on Apple for a few minutes. Netflix also looks very similar. Apple and Netflix look similar.
MRNA, AIXC, SNTQ, MRNY, ASTL, NBIZ, CORD,
Okay, Apple.
RGTZ,
CISS. DAIC.
CBRZ,
MSS. AIXC. RDAC.
RDAC, MRBI,
So far, it looks like people taking profits into this pop. Shoot first, ask questions later. Okay.
TEMC may rest in 10 seconds. TNON vaulted down. RDAC vaulted to the upside.
BRAX. RDAC.
RDAC, MRBI, IRZ, RGTZ,
DAIC. CTG. Logic. CISS. MSS.
Okay, Apple looking for a follow through. Initially, we've got profit taking. Netflix is still pushing. Netflix still looking good. If you have existing positions, watch your existing positions rather than adding new at this point.
resume in less than a minute. mRNA. mRNY.
BRAS.
RTAC. mRBI.
ORI.
EDIT.
Logic.
IPV.
MSS. BMY.
BRAX. mRNX.
Okay, watching for a bounce.
BRAS.
Futures. All right, right out of the gate, they just continue to sell for now.
10 seconds.
Give it a few minutes so we can get a true idea of direction. Apple's still pushing. Okay, what's semiconductors look like? SOXL. Semiconductors, I'm sitting on January 170, 175 calls. A bit out of the money, but they're up. They're actually profitable. Really should adjust these closer. Okay, we'll see if we get a bounce. Apple's still pushing. There was comments about Apple's foldable phone. I called it a flip phone. Apple's foldable phone adding to its profits. There was, I forget who the article was from. You could research it. But basically, it's adding earnings, obviously. A positive comment on Apple. Netflix at the high, looking good. Apple at the pre-market high, just above the pre-market high. Okay, we could get something going here if we can push off. We need volume.
SKP may rise in 10 seconds. GTXU.
Netflix looks good. New York Bangs. Let's take a look at the New York Bangs. Okay. So far, this still looks precarious. So
NOM may resume in less than a minute.
if you have any of these and they're not moving, for example, Broadcom is not following through. Meta is kind of dragging its feet. So is Amazon and Google at the moment. NVIDIA also pulled back. So this is still debatable. This could continue to move down to the 21-day and then get a bounce like we're having this morning. All right, S&P is starting to bounce. Okay, we're in between these two areas here. That's 77.25 overhead and 7,700. So 25-point range. We're closer to the 77.25. We get above 77.25. Let's see what's on net OI overhead. Okay, we got this level here. Okay, 77.25. And then I guess it gets a little bit more resistive as we head up towards 77.65. So we got to get above 77.25. Okay, Apple's still looking very strong. See if there's any updated news here. Apple's EU app developer terms are missed opportunity, whatever that is. Latest news. Okay, Apple. All right, why Apple is the blueprint for SK Hynix's AI Cache Mountain. Okay, let's look at this for a minute. SK Hynix did gap up this morning on news that they're going to buy back some of their shares. In this case, Okay.
TSLA vaulted to the upside.
NYFANG.
RTAC. MRBI. MSTU. IOPA.
Okay. All right. So they're talking about the repurchase.
MSTX.
MSS. CISS. RDAC.
All right. So they reference what Apple did back in 2013. All right. So I understand what they're saying. Okay. Okay. Apple still going here. Apple. I got the 315 calls for the 28th. So these are doing well. Apple, very strong, above the pre-market high. So opening range high is going to be much higher. And if we check money magic levels for Apple, his list is growing there, money. You got a lot of stocks on here. Okay. Apple 315, 320. All right. So we know 315 is going to be a level. If we get above 315, what happens for the new members, if you're not aware, Money Magic has a channel. Look on the left side of the Slack trading room. Look for Money Magic. And if you go inside of there, Money updates the call wall and put walls for each stock that he has on his list. In this case, Apple has a call wall at 315. So we know that that's going to be resistance for now. Why is it resistance? Because the dealer has the incentive to keep prices below 315. The dealer is short 315. The markets are long 315. So if we get above 315, what happens? The dealer has to start buying shares in order to cover their short hedges or their short positions at 315. That causes a squeeze if we get above 315. The way we're trading right now, I doubt we get above 315. That would be a good target going into 10:30, 11 o'clock. If we can get up towards 313, 314, fill out the ATR for today. Apple's ATR, average true range is about 750. All right, we're currently up 270. So yesterday we had a pretty decent run on Apple. Volume was pretty good, was above average. So that's a pocket pivot. A pocket pivot is designed as volume that exceeds the previous 10-day or 10 bars. Okay, in this case, we exceed all of these 10 bars in volume. And we start to run into resistance right at August the 2nd, August the 1st. August the 1st is a Saturday, 2nd, so it'd be the 3rd. Okay, looking for a bounce that hasn't happened yet in the S&P. Netflix still pushing. Let's see what Core 1M looks like right now. Okay, Apple's still going. Core 1M. Core 1M is gap down. So again, people are chasing calls. So this is going to end badly if we can't get rid of this anchor that's holding the markets back. People are chasing calls. Whenever they're chasing calls, they bid the calls, prices up, and we drop below 8. This correlation between single stock vol and index vol creates a situation where a lot of these stocks get dumped. If you look at Brent's scanner here and look at the FANG stocks, okay, you can see they're all on the right side here. If they're on the right side, that's telling you calls are expensive. All right, and S&P continues to fade. All right, we're almost back down to zero.
CORD, AAOC, NBIZ, IREZ, MRNX, MRBI,
DBG.
RTAC may rest in 10
OLOX.
seconds. RGTZ,
HG.
QTEX,
CISS,
CISS, mRNA, mRNY, AAOC, NBIZ, CISS halted to the upside,
VIBI,
MRBI, SNDQ, RGTZ,
All right, so we want to get out of this situation. Doesn't look like people are going to change the way they're trading at the moment. Apple continues to push higher. Apple above the pre-market high. So the pre-market strategy, which is very useful in determining whether or not we're going to have an opening range breakout. This is a precursor. You look at the pre-market volume. Okay, you're looking at the pre-market volume, and what is the pre-market high? So you can see the pre-market high came right before the opening bell. Okay, we're above the pre-market high. So this strategy dictates that once we close above the pre-market high, look for an increase in volume, put a stop underneath. Okay, in this case, we put a stop underneath this candle right here. The second or the first candle that follows through above the pre-market high. The volume increases, put a stop underneath, and let this run. Right now, Apple is looking very strong here. Okay, 315, we're going to go right to 315, it looks like. Let me sell half of these calls into strength. Okay, I'm going to sell half of these Apple calls into strength. All right, I sold half of my calls into strength. That was a nice little rip there in Apple. Apple. Okay, we're probably going to run into resistance right here on Apple at 315. I just sold half. If we get through, I'll look for a squeeze. This looks really strong.
VRAX,
mRNA, LTZ, RGTZ,
Okay, all right, looking really good. Apple. Why'd you sell, Vinny? If Core 1M was more reasonable, I'd probably maybe, I don't know. If Core 1 or above 315, so this could squeeze pretty hard. I'm not going to buy anything up here, but I'll sell some more into strength. Okay, this looks pretty good.
and VM1,
mRNA,
MSS,
RDAC may resume in less than a minute.
VRAX,
All right, Apple. Okay, I had have less now.
VRAX,
All right, sold half of these.
CAPR,
VRAX,
RDACU may rest in 10 seconds.
and VM1,
CISS may resume in less than a minute.
IPST, YJ,
So people using the information that the division makes available to make their dollar go big. The other thing that we're seeing is clearly spending decisions that balance discretionary as
and VM1,
Okay.
or non-discretionary.
IPST, YJ, LCID.
TISS.
Okay, stocks that are moving to the upside, I'm taking profits off into strength. Stocks that have moved to the downside, I'm looking for entries. At the same time, I'm watching for opening range breakouts coming up. We got 3 minutes to go. Apple, very strong. It's going to put in a pre-market high, right? Excuse me, to put in an opening range high right at this level shortly. Okay, Netflix is still looking good. Netflix is good. I'm going to make one comment about the last few weeks. Had you waited, and most of you do, had you waited until the stock made a low before starting to consider a trade, you've probably been a lot better off. Like, for example, Netflix, if you had sold into strength, obviously hindsight, if we had sold into strength yesterday, and then bought back towards the end of the day, we would have had a nice gap up this morning. Presently, we're above the pre-market high, so we could see more strength here. Apple still showing strength. I realize that comment is kind of confusing because I'm always talking about, at least in the morning, talking about opening range breakouts and pre-market highs, looking for that strength. Because a stock above the pre-market high and a stock that breaks out above the opening range, because it tells you the stock is in play, that's a little different because we have two strategies, the pre-market high and the opening range breakout. We have two strategies to trade that. But if a stock doesn't make it above the opening range high or fades from the opening range high or fades from the pre-market high, that means we're going to look at this later. For example, not Netflix, NVIDIA. All right. So to be clear about what I was trying to say, we're immediately moving away from the pre-market high. So is it a dead day for NVIDIA? Not necessarily. This dip might get bought. So we'll have to watch for that. Apple's still going. Apple's still going. All right. So something got into Apple's craw. All right. This is not correct. Got 320. 320 is the next call wall. 320.
Escape may rest in 10 seconds.
320. Okay. All right, 315 call wall. We're above that. Okay, so I'll sell some more of these 315s that expire on August 28th. Into this strength. Okay, Apple looking super strong. Pre-market high.
VRAX.
CBRZ.
CISS. Logic.
Okay, opening range high right now is going to start to form.
Easy.
RTAC may rest in 10 seconds. RGTZ.
CNB.
All right, above the 315 call wall. Apple above 315 call wall. All right, that looks good.
CISS. NBIZ.
Easy.
WFF. RCON.
CISS. EHG. RCON. assets.
RGTZ.
BRAX.
CDTG may resume in less than a minute. CISS.
CISS.
RDAC.
All right, nice look. Okay. Apple's still going. Netflix is still going.
CDTG vaulted. NYFANG vaulted to the upside.
Okay, what is Lowe's has earnings tonight? We talked about an iron condor.
RCON.
CISS.
CISS.
Copart. All right, Copart continuation, CPRT. Copart, big move today, Copart.
NBIZ. BPZ. RDAC may rise in 10 seconds. RGTZ.
Above the pre-market high, volume coming in. Let's see if we get an opening range breakout. Netflix looking good. Netflix, opening range breakout on Netflix.
CISS.
LITZ. BPZ.
BN1. RDAC.
Netflix. All right, so we're heading for that 75, 85 zone. I have the 85, 75, 85 call. Spread for December, 75, 85 for December for Netflix. Apple's still going. Those two looking really good. Microsoft's doing well. Also keep an eye on Palantir. Chips are getting sold into strength, so be aware of it. Chips are being sold into strength. All right, so Palantir, nice little pop, and Palantir got sold. This market is on crack. Netflix.
AITC.
MSTU.
NBN1.
SKK may rise in 10 seconds. RDACU may resume in less than a minute. mRNX. CONL. mRNA. mRNY.
RDAC. NBN1.
MSTU.
SAP. IPST.
CONL.
RDAC.
RDACU may rise in 10 seconds. mRNA. mRNY.
TGL.
mRNX. SKK halted down. MSTU.
IPST.
TGL. CABA.
RDAC.
CONL.
TGL.
mRNX.
Okay, Netflix is flagging. Apple is starting to flag. Okay, Palantir, a big pop on Palantir pre-market, and then it dropped off. They took profits into strength. Let's see if Microsoft does anything like that.
CTG may resume in less than. CONL. MSTU.
Let's see. CPRT, Copart. Nice, nice pop on Copart. Big move on Copart.
RDAC.
CTTG may rest in 10 seconds. MSTU. mRNA. CTTG. mRNY.
RDAC.
mRNX. QTEX.
QTEX.
Okay, arm hold. All the chips are being sold. Chips are being sold. They're taking profits and asking questions later.
mRNA. mRNY.
Netflix still going. Okay. Netflix is still pushing here. Opening range breakout, Netflix. Opening range breakouts firing on Netflix, multiple signals. Probably something similar for Apple. Actually, you see Apple? See the difference? Note Apple is not firing an opening range breakout signal, even though it's up. So we'd had that on Netflix yesterday. Now we have the opposite. Yesterday, Netflix gave us exactly the same thing we're seeing on Apple. And what did Netflix do? Netflix faded. All right, so Netflix, there was a director or somebody on the board that was selling. Somebody was selling yesterday.
RDACU may resume in less than a minute. AAOC. SSTG may resume in less than a minute.
QTEX. NBN1. CISS. VIVI.
VIPI. NBIZ. QTEX.
CDTG.
SGTD. AAOC.
NBN1. YJ.
SNTQ.
VIVI. QTEX.
RDACU may res in 10 seconds.
VISC.
SOXS. SKK may res in 10 seconds. SKDD. VIB.
Okay, Apple just firing. Apple now firing.
NBIZ. TNON may resume in less than a minute.
Apple's now firing a opening range breakout signal.
SOXS.
Okay, that's your first signal. However, if you look at Netflix, it's a little bit more, little stronger. Okay. MSTU you're looking at? MST. Let me just keep an eye on this. MSTU.
SMCZ.
It's flat.
Watch it.
TNON may resonate.
192 first. 192.
CAST.
SNDQ. SKDD. SOXS. MUZ.
CDTG.
CORD.
MSS. And BMY. CAST. QTEX.
GRNQ may resume in less than a minute.
All right, looks good. Apple's starting to show some signs of profit taking. Apple.
SNDQ.
Okay. Looks pretty good. Apple looks really good. All right. Google's starting to pop now.
AAOZ.
CAST. QTEX. TNON.
Okay. I want to take a few more things off here. Let's see. Copart's looking pretty good. All right. That's fine. Lowe's looking good.
SKDD. GRNQ may res in 10 seconds. QTEX. ARKY may resume in less than a minute.
HQYZ.
RTAC may resume in less than a minute.
EZI. QTEX.
Oh, we're finally getting that strength in Netflix we've been looking for. We know that Pershing Square is long. Okay. Bill Ackman of Pershing Square disclosed a position. I think it was 13 million. Let's see. What is Bill? Let's see.
QTEX.
ARKY may res in 10 seconds. RTAC may res in 10 seconds.
ERUG.
Netflix.
AZI.
EZI. TNON.
SKK may resume in less
Okay. Ackman, 246 million.
EZI.
Okay. On Thursday, August 13th. So that was last week. Pershing Square Capital Management disclosed a brand new position of 3.15 million shares in Netflix. Represents 4.9% of the portfolio for his newly launched closed-end fund, Pershing Square PSUS. All right. Previously, he dumped his Netflix in 22.
SKK may res in 10 seconds.
Okay. Anybody else buying?
TNON.
CONL.
Yeah. The 13Fs are usually what?
WYFL.
60 days? Is it 60 days? I forget the. They file it and you find out from like unusual whales about 60 days later, I think it is. All right. So what I told you earlier about the stocks that have dipped, you want to sell the ones that are into strength. Want to sell these. Okay. If we get a drop like we had yesterday, All right, I sold some Netflix into strength. Some Decembers I have. 75, 85s. I'm looking to get back in maybe Novembers. We'll see. I want to take profits into strength on a lot of these pre-market high breakouts, opening range breakouts. I want to take profits into strength. And I want to start looking at stocks like NVIDIA that have pulled back and watching for an opportunity. Not necessarily NVIDIA, but stocks like SK Hynix, Micron, down again today, Micron, SNDK, ARM Holdings, AMD. I want to look at buying some of these or SOXL. Okay, I want to buy the dip, just not at the moment. So I want to take profits into strength. Apple, for example, is at the high of the day. It's starting to slow down. You can see the speed at which it ran up right in this. You see the speed at which it ran up in this area right here. Okay. So this area right here, the speed was really fast. And now we're starting to slow down. Okay. So take some profits into strength. Keep a few calls left if that's what you're trading. That's what I'm trading. Traders seem to be cautious. In the semiconductor space, they're taking profits off right at the opening bell. Okay, S&P is turning back up. S&P. Okay, flat VWAP. Let's see what the opening range can tell us. Why is the opening range important, Vinny? Because I can tell looking at the opening, I meant to say the up-down volume. The up-down volume for the day can tell you whether or not we're going to have a higher probability of a follow-through. Right now, we've got 1.39 down volume in the Qs. So they're selling the Qs. The SPY is almost 2-to-1 up. So we want to see the SPY continue to hold this strength. New York Stock Exchange, also a broad measure of market participation. New York Stock Exchange, we always want to check that out. That looks really strong. Are you concerned about the markets rolling over? Check out the New York Stock Exchange. In addition to the New York Stock Exchange, I would suggest getting into a habit of checking the XII, the ARC Institutional Index. That'll tell you whether or not institutions are sellers or buyers. Right now, they've been selling into strength. Okay, while the New York Stock Exchange is up, that's 70%. 70% is U.S. related names. 25% are American depository receipts, and the other 5% are tracking stocks, REITs, etc. So 70% of the New York Stock Exchange looks good and represents the United States. 25% are American depository receipts. All of this information is helpful to understand. Tick cumulative is still dropping, so that's a 4-hour time frame. Let me check the hourly. Okay, we're watching tick cumulative. Tick cumulative is trying to cross bullish, trying to cross over bullish tick cumulative. That's telling you on the New York Stock Exchange, we can see the New York Stock Exchange is higher. The New York Stock Exchange tick cumulative out of these 2,400 components, actually about 25, right? 2,500, whatever. These components, net, we got institutions buying more than they're selling. If this continues, tick cumulative is trying to cross over. It's been making lower lows and lower highs for the last couple of weeks. So we want to see that moving higher. Okay, I would take some profits off on Apple and maybe Microsoft, Netflix. I took some off a few minutes ago. Up down volume is almost 2-to-1 on the SPY. Let's look at RSP, the equal weight index. That should be breaking higher. It is. All right. So remove the weight of the big tech names. What is the verdict? The verdict is bullish for now. So if we look at hedge flows on the dip, we're looking for a bounce. We're right up against resistance, though. That's the only issue that I see. Okay, we're right up against resistance. Yet the New York Stock Exchange, 2,400 components, and the equal weight index are both bullish at the moment. They're selling chips. Could be an opportunity here on the chips. I'm seeing some nibbling going on here. Like ARM Holdings, for example. ARM is at the low. This looks like a bear flag, so I wouldn't bite just yet. The moving averages need to turn up. Moving averages need to turn up like that. Keep going higher. And price action needs to continue to build, right? You don't need to catch the absolute low because this bear flag could easily break down and run down to the downside. So we don't want that. Watch for the moving averages to turn up before you take a position. Or just follow dollar. He seems to catch these pullbacks very often. Watch what dollar's posting among other traders in the room. Okay, Apple. Okay, so what do we tell you about 3 red candles? Okay, this is a 2 minutes. So let's look at the 1 minute. Okay, we got 5 red candles. This is telling you to take profits into strength. When you see 3 red candles, that's it. You want to like close a lot of your position, most of your position. If you're looking for another bounce, I would take the money for now. Netflix, same thing. Netflix, take a little profits off. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, Netflix. I have NFXL shares. I'm going to start adding to this on dips. I want to hold on to these until like year end. This can be a long-term swing. Why am I going to swing Netflix? Because, well, there's a lot of reasons, namely because Bill Ackman's in at Pershing Square. I know there's going to be a lot of people following what he's doing. Netflix looks good. It's just come off a recent low. It's above the 10 EMA weekly. There's so many reasons. I can't name them all. Netflix. So I want to be adding to, I have NFXL shares. The 2 times Netflix is pretty cheap. If I can get a double or a triple out of this one, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. So those are shares. I don't have to worry about theta and all the Greeks. I don't have to worry about that. But I will be taking some profits off into strength in options, Netflix. Okay, so let me do that instead of yapping about it. Netflix. Nothing worse than being up a lot on a position and then thinking it's just going to keep going up. All right, so here's Netflix, giving you an example. Profit taking into the 10:30 hour. Bitcoin, is Bitcoin moving? I see you guys talking about Bitcoin. All right, what's Cerebras doing? CBRS, Cerebras, nothing. SpaceX had a nice pop this morning and faded right out of the gate. So did Palantir. Okay, we're starting to see some buyers here. Feels like a shakeout on Palantir. It's holding up near the highs. recent highs. All right, Tesla's trying to go. Let's see. Did we get an opening range breakout on Tesla? Not quite. We're above the pre-market high. What did it do yesterday? I refreshed my memory. Okay, we were pretty much flat yesterday on Netflix. Closed right near VWAP. Okay, so we're pulling away from VWAP. So this is a bit different than yesterday. We should see some follow through. Netflix was flat yesterday. Not Netflix. Tesla was flat.
RTAC may rest in 10 seconds. SKK.
Okay, so we're watching for a breakout. Okay, opening range. That's a volume. Look at the volume right there. Okay, so it looks like Tesla wants to go. I have Tesla position already. Do I want to do anything else? TSLL. Did I sell that TSLL? I think I did. I took that when you did, Ursel. I did not. I did not hold on to it. Okay.
RTAC vaulted down.
All right. CBRS. What did we say? CBRS. All right. 2 days down. Big move up last on Monday. Okay, Tesla's going here. Tesla might be looking for volume, looking for an opening range breakout volume bar. Alert, Tesla. Okay, so this is up $3. Tesla.
RTAC vaulted down.
Tesla is going to go today. Looks like it could go.
MSFT.
Maybe some cheap calls for Friday. $345 is a 40 delta. Okay, looks like we're going to go here, Tesla. Tesla looks like it wants to go. Watch Tesla. Tesla with an opening range breakout. Okay, yesterday we had something similar with Apple. Apple around 10:15 or so started to build. We got multiple opening range. Look at the volume on Tesla. Volume on Tesla, opening range breakout. Tesla.
TNON. NUAI. MARA.
Okay, watching for follow through on Tesla. Okay, we've been trying to break through this level Tesla's been trying to break through this for a few days now.
TNON.
Maybe today's the day. 50 days overhead.
FARA.
Multiple signals. Already starting to fade a bit. Watch.
TNON. RTAC may resume in less than a minute.
DIXC. TNON.
NUAI. MARA.
MRNX. MRNA. MRN1.
SKK halted down. NRGB.
TNON.
RTB may resume in less than a minute.
MRNX.
NUAI. IOBA. BMNU. RTAC may rest in 10 seconds. MARA.
CYBT.
MSTU.
CDTG. YJ. MRNX.
Okay, ARM. Okay, so the dip we were talking about.
RTB may rest in 10 seconds.
YJ. CDTG.
SANA.
All right, we're looking to buy dips, ARM holdings, ARM. ARM, the dip is getting bought.
YJ.
SK Hynix, same thing. NVIDIA, SKHY, NVIDIA, ditto, chips. So early identifying the desire for these traders to take profits off into strength into the chips. Shorts are covering, and it looks like dip buyers are coming in.
RDAC.
CONL.
Tesla watching Tesla.
OBN.
EZO.
BMNU. mRNA.
RDAC.
CONN may resume in less than a minute.
EZO.
CONX. BMNU.
RDAC.
CONL.
NTN1.
TNON may rest in 10 seconds.
TWG. TNON.
This KK may resume in less than a minute.
NFLX. TWG.
CONI. TSLA.
Okay, Tesla continuation, looking good. Tesla on the breakout.
This KK may rest 10 seconds. DMT. BMNU.
TNON. RDAC.
RTB may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, we're starting to go here. Tesla.
TNON. RDAC.
All right, so the 10 o'clock hour is when we start to pay attention for opening range breakouts. In this case, we're looking at Tesla, and we've already seen price action move above VWAP early, remaining above the pre-market high, that purple line,
RTB may rest in 10 seconds.
and now price is moving above the opening range high, the demarcation line at 10 o'clock a.m.
TSLA.
Once that happened, we see volume bars that exceed the average volume for the first 30 minutes. That creates these orb signals. As long as we keep seeing these orb signals, that's telling you that the stock is in play. Once we start to see 3 selling bars, that's where we're going to take profits.
BMNU.
Looking good.
TSLG. TSLL. TNON. BMNU. TSLL. TNON. TSLG. TNON. NRTB. BMNU.
Okay, we got a nice little rally here. You might want to take some profits off into strength if you're scalping this. Tesla extension day targets. Let's TSLL. $9.95. 992, 995, 992, 995, 1097, 10, no, 983, 983,
TSLL.
1097.
AC.
Okay, Tesla continuation.
SKK may rest in 10 seconds. BMNU.
RDAC.
MSTX. TSLL.
CSTK.
SKK halted down.
RDAC.
Okay, Amazon's going now. Amazon or Tesla. Watch Tesla here.
RDAC.
UANY. BMNG.
Okay, Tesla doing well. Tesla. Okay.
RDAC.
TNON may resume in less than a minute. TSLL. TSLG.
All right, Tesla looking good.
MSTX.
RDAC.
NFLX. MSTX. TNON may rest in 10 seconds.
RDAC.
MSTX.
TNON. RDAC.
Tesla looking good. Netflix still going.
CONO. BMNU. MSTX.
TNON.
CSTK may resume in less than a minute.
CDTG. BRAS. NRSN.
Okay, Tesla. Nice rally on Tesla. 340.
MSTX.
TSLA.
CRCG. CONL.
NRSN.
SKK may resume in less than
Netflix still going?
STK may rest in 10 seconds.
Aside from the chips being somewhat weak, we've got a nice rally so far. S&P is at the high, moving back into the gap. I would look for rejection coming in and keep an eye on these levels overhead. We're above this now. Let's see, non-zero day. Non-zero day, we got 77.50. Okay, so you're inside of that zone.
SKK may rest in 10 seconds. CONL. CRCG. MSTX. SKK halted down.
Okay, S&P 500 looks good. Service now, you're looking good.
TSLA.
CONL.
ACL. NFLX. RDAC. ERAS.
CRCG. BMNU.
ACL.
MSTX. BMNG.
Logic.
CONL.
CYBT.
CRCG. BMNU. BMNG.
Logic.
CONL. MSTX. MRGB. CRCA.
CYBT.
MSTU. BMNU.
Logic.
RCEL. ASST.
RDAC.
TNM halted down. CRCG. CRCA. CONL. BMNU.
Logic.
BMNG. CSTK may resume in less than a minute.
RDAC.
ASST.
Watch it.
You know, candidly, and he said that they're still planning on how exactly they're going to spend it. He said it specifically, they're literally sitting down, trying to outline what makes the most sense in terms of how to
RDAC.
DSTK may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, S&P hanging out at the highs. We're banging around in this range.
ASST.
RDAC.
STK may resume in less than a minute. CONL.
Now that we've gotten some of these earnings, you know, we still have Walmart tomorrow, but we've gotten a good number under our belt. Like, what is the
BMNU.
spending?
All right, Tesla's still going here. Netflix going. Netflix looking really strong. Netflix. Apple looks like it's going to go again. Wow. Very active day today.
CRCA. SKK may res in 10 seconds. BMNU. CRCG.
RDAC.
ASST. MSTU. MSTX. CRCA. BMNU. CRCG. CONL.
RDAC.
ASST. MSTU. MSTX. CRCA.
SKK.
BMNU. CRCG. CONL.
RDAC.
Netflix still going. Netflix. All right, we got a nice little rally today. Dips did get bought in some of the chips. They're not following through just yet, so I'm not biting per se.
MSTU.
All right, Tesla's flagging. Netflix is still pushing. Netflix.
RDAC.
MSTX. BMNU. SOLT. MSTU. CRCG. CONL. TNON may res in 10 seconds. RIOX.
SKK.
RIOT.
S&P still pushing here. S&P still going.
GSTK may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, what's SoFi doing? SoFi with the bounce. Still looking for this to break out. SoFi got to get above this level here. Noted on the chart. Okay, got to get above this level.
CONL.
Got opening range breakouts on SoFi, cheap name. Some of you don't like it. Apple looking like it's going to continue.
MSTU, CRCA,
SKK, TNON,
RIOX, BMNU,
RDAC,
ASST, DST came in less than 10 seconds.
SKK, RDAC,
MSTU, CONL,
Logic, RDAC,
ABTC,
TNON,
MSTU, RIOX, MSTX, ASST, CONL, BKKT.
All right, Apple's still pushing. S&P is very, very strong day today. Everything is up. So New York FANG is looking good.
SKK vaulted to the upside.
Okay, looks good.
ABTC,
Tesla looking good. TSLA shares doing well. Okay, nice break to the upside. We need to take out 922 on TSLL. Tesla proper running the 9 EMA about above the 20-day, 50 days overhead. RSI rising. Everything looks good for Tesla for the follow through.
EHGO vaulted down. ASST,
RDAC,
Okay,
TNON,
Netflix. Okay, just about everything. If we're above the opening range high, geez, everything is working right now except for Broadcom. Broadcom is starting to turn. Shorts covering. Same thing with Snowflake. We got Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia turning up, Netflix higher, Tesla breaking out, Meta going. Don't buy the high of the day. If you're thinking, considering of chasing a position, wait for a BNC pivot at this point. Okay. Doo-doo.
MSTU,
RDAC, TNON,
BMNG, BMNU, ASST,
All right, S&P still going. S&P. Very strong move here on the S&P. We said that we'd have some resistance overhead. Okay, we're running into that resistance now.
TSLA less than 10 seconds. NYFANG.
Okay, Apple breaking out again. Jeez, Apple. There goes Apple. Apple. We got it. One opening range breakout volume bar over here. Okay, now look at Netflix by comparison. Look at all the multiple volume spikes there. All right, we already start. All right, 3 candles on Netflix. Take some profits. Netflix. Bounce again. All right, we're already starting to bounce again.
RDAC. ST. ST.
TSLA less than 10 seconds. PRR. VMNU. ETHU. VMNU. ETHU. MSTU. MSTX. SAET.
TNON.
ETHT. VMNG.
RDAC. ST.
SOLT. VMNU. APTC. RIOT. MSTU. ETHU. ETHT. VMNG. SVET. KEL.
Okay, Netflix starting to show some profit taking. All right, we've come a long way today. Netflix, I would really like to exit.
RDAC.
All right, Netflix looking good. Apple, SoFi. Having a good day today. Lowe's. Copart, CPRT, Copart. All right, starting to flag out at the highs now. Apple, good. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX coming off the low. It's consolidating underneath that 149.50 breakout area. If we can get above that sometime in the next couple of weeks, we should see a follow through. Shack. What is Shake Shack doing? Shack is trending. Okay, the restaurants have been doing well. Okay, Tesla looks good. Shack. Shake Shack trending. Cheesecake Factory. All right, that was trending. Airbnb, all of these being impacted by the World Cup, no doubt. Bloomin' Brands. Okay. What are the retailers doing? Costco breaking out. Costco trying to break out. Okay, what's Walmart doing? Walmart as well. What about Casey? Casey's, no, nothing there. Casey's Five Below strong. TJ Maxx. Did we have Walmart? Not Walmart. Did Target report? Yeah, Target. Nice Target. Bullish engulfing on Walmart.
CDTG.
Okay, so apparently they like the earnings. Let's see what the weekly looks like on Target. Okay. They do run a nice tight ship. Target stores are always clean. Employees look like, they enjoy being there. I imagine the benefits are much better at Target. I'm sure they have a 401k company matching. Jerry Storch, who took over Toys R Us as a CEO, he used to be over at Target back in the day. I believe they're still out of Minneapolis, right? Minnesota. Okay, so we're still looking pretty good here. Let's take a look at the New York FANG components. Okay, at this point, you don't want to be buying at the high of the day. You want to be taking profits. Stocks that have pulled back, we talked about this early. NVIDIA kept dropping. My thoughts were buy the dip. It has earnings. You know how people are going to be wanting to buy dips. The dip is not following through. So if you did take the dip, consider taking some profits unless this breaks above 220. That's possible. SOXL, okay, it bounced a little bit. Micron, a little bit of a bounce. SanDisk, okay, looks okay. Let's see what's actually moving the markets right now. Retail looked pretty good. All right, so this looks completely different. Okay, Sean, you had asked me about how long does it take for rotation to move in each direction? Well, you can have these micro rotations where we get growth selling, goes into value, and then from value back to growth. That can happen within a week or so. In this case, value is still catching a bid, but We have a lot more buying today. You can see this is all green. Yesterday, this was all red. And we can see what's leading the markets at the moment. We've got pharmaceuticals. Merck is up and to the right. CRM, I do have some CRM that I want to unload. Let's see, CRM. I've been sitting on this CRM position for a while now. And that's for September. Okay, September CRM, Salesforce. Salesforce looks pretty good. Can we get to 220? That's where my calls are. I have 220s for September and also have the 230, 240 call spread for CRM. I'm down about $100 per contract on those. Reluctant to sell them because I bought over here, CRM, sat through this, had plenty of time. I have September now. At the time, we were trading in May. I bought July or August. I bought August and then I rolled out to September. So I still have plenty of time for this to work. CRM. So this is looking pretty good. Home Depot, back up. Lowe's has earnings tonight. Consider an iron condor on Lowe's. I posted in the spreads channel what I'm looking at. I posted a potential trade for Lowe's. It's about a 30% return on investment overnight, provided prices stay between. Lowe's, let's see, this is Home Depot. Home Depot, let's see what Lowe's is doing today. Lowe's, okay, hanging in there. Okay, the 240-250 overhead, 240-250. I doubt Lowe's can make it back to 240. The 200-day is right there. If it gets to the 200-day, it probably fades right back below it. Oh boy. Let's see. Lowe's.
RTAC may resume in less than a minute. GRNQ halted to the upside. IRD. ETHU. ETHT. ASST. MSTU. RDAC may rest in 10 seconds. TTG may resume in less than a minute. TSTK may resume in less than a minute.
GTC.
IRX.
It's like this giant pool. And they don't really want to jump in. And the moment you jump in, it's like
GPC.
The moment we get in, if you're
AI can actually help
CTTG may res in 10 seconds.
and
DSTK may res in 10 seconds.
I certainly don't think. I think a turn might happen when we hire CTO and BHG. So a lot of our team stepped up and we started creating the.
Okay, Apple is still hanging out at the highs. I would take some profits off up here. Apple. Okay, looks good. Tesla flagging. Take some profits in Tesla.
BNMC may resume in less than a minute.
And BHG. It's unbelievable. And I wildly underestimated
APTC.
I think they're really, really hard. GPC. That they come to change the workflow. I think startups are in a massive advantage over large companies. They have this like tepidness to change. I think the thing about AI is it's so disruptive.
If you can pick those up, Mondo, you got to be pretty strong.
APTC. BNMC may res in 10 seconds.
How difficult it is to get people to adapt it, but once you get over that hump, it's actually
Google's still pushing. All right, I'm looking to take some profits off, reassess the markets. I'd like to see us get back up and maybe take out Monday's high. SK Hynix in particular, I got a position there. Palantir making a complete round trip here. Palantir round trip. Okay, above the pre-market high.
GRNQ may resume in less than a minute.
Palantir looks good.
GTC. And so, why I like to tell people like I have no idea.
All right, I got to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
GTC.
But now that I tell you I can't predict, let me
QRR. GRNQ may res in 10 seconds.
I'm only number one. Yeah. So number one, it's an easier startup. And I think that first I think much like that, it was not, I never considered myself a technical founder. Today I'd be coding. In fact, I am coding in quad code. And so back then, I was really inhibited. And today, you can code. Coding is a language, and English to code is like a very doable thing. And I think the agents even kind of teach you to code. You can watch them code. You can expand and see the commands and just develop an intuition for what's possible. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and this is a weird one, people seem afraid to do consumer. When I started Airbnb, there were like 90% of companies were consumer. Maybe it's because they happened to just launch, but every idea was an idea to improve someone's
CSTK may
regular
resume
life.
in less than a minute.
Almost all AI. For example, the last batch of Y Combinator, I'm the board of YC, 175 companies, 159 random. 159 they're almost entirely enterprise. I think enterprise is getting really, really crowded. I think consumer is a huge gap. And by the way, it's in Silicon Valley's interest for us to develop consumer applications because frankly, people in the United States do not like it. I'm making a generalization, but look at a lot of AI. Lots of AI is not popular outside of Silicon Valley. And yet this is a technology that can help so many people's lives. I think part of it's a narrative issue. But part is we need to actually develop more points just regular
CSTK may rest in 10 seconds.
cheats. We need to and moment. I can't count. And so I think we need more. The third thing I would say is there's this really weird application where on the one hand, it's never been cheaper than stuff. On the other hand, it's never been more expensive to serve. Does that make sense? So like, if you create an agent, anyone can create an agent for almost a CTT. And yet, it's also been prohibitively expensive. If you want to get like, if you want some really interesting HGA, company 2,000, 10,000 lateral GPUs, and you could cost you $1 million. And the researchers are quite expensive.
Speed up in
So it's
Speed up in heart. SVET.
you can never super good. And CHCG. You know, people compete with Google and Rock. $1 trillion generation. You need to be labor stakes. I'm reading. But this is the, you know,
Palantir looks good.
THU. SVET.
Where is... There we go. Back above the pre-market high. Opening range high is much higher. Apple's still trying to push, consolidating at the highs. I wouldn't chase it up here. I'd be looking for an opportunity on a dip. Apple. Okay, S&P fading now. Strategy, let's see, strategy, MSTR. Okay, we've got a lot going on here. Strategy, very active. Big move on strategy. What happened here? Okay. Okay, what happened with strategy? Did Trump buy or something? Do you guys know what's going on here? Opening range breakout. Okay, there goes strategy. Wow.
ETHU, ETHT.
MSTU.
Wow. Look at strategy go, man. Holy crap. Whoa. What the hell's going on here? Jesus. Okay, this is MSTR is just ripping the shreds off. I saw you mention earlier, Corey, that Bitcoin was on the move. Okay, big squeeze. Coming out of a squeeze, big base.
CTTG.
GTC, QTEX,
MRAL.
CTTG,
BMNG. BMNU. CSTK may rest in 10 seconds. MRAL.
CTTG,
My strategy.
SMST,
CTTG.
MSTC, GDC, SMST, TNON, MSTC, BRNX, TNON, BRNX,
All right, so strategy looking good.
EDs, WS, BRNX, UDAC, WS,
COIX may resume in less than a minute. CSTC may resume in less than a minute. COIX may rest in 10 seconds. ERNX.
What could be in the future is just like it's an issue that we read. Then you start to realize
Okay, this looks really good for strategy. Strategy coming out of a squeeze, flat base. I wouldn't chase it up here at the high, but I would be looking for something to follow through. Wow, this is pretty impressive. Strategy. There goes Meta. Meta, no, notice there's no opening range breakout. Signal. The volume isn't exceeding what we saw in the first 30 minutes. If we produce a bullish engulfing candle on the daily, perhaps there'll be something there tomorrow. Okay, Microsoft, the software stocks are doing well. Again, notice there's no opening range breakout signal compared to, say, strategy. The contrast is so obvious. And a reason why you should be focused on strategy, for example, rather than Microsoft. Even though Microsoft is good and we do have positions, the volume isn't really jumping out and alerting you to the breakout. Tesla, same thing. Look at that. Look at the breakout signals. This is telling you the stock is in play. Now, I wouldn't buy it here at the high, obviously, but the morning session, very clear indication that you should focus on Tesla and even Netflix. Strategy. Compared to Meta and Microsoft. Meta and Microsoft not giving you signals. Strategy. Tesla. Apple. Giving you signals. Now, Apple is pulling back. So we'll look for a second entry at VWAP.
CRCG.
All right, we're still fading. Okay, so let's focus on what is working. Meta, don't have a signal, so I'll pass on this one. Tesla. Okay, flagging at the high. Strategy. Okay, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Strategy is still showing a lot of strength here. It's been a while, right? We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, we're starting to see some action in strategy. Pretty bullish day today. Thank you to the market gods. Once again, let's see what's moving. Disney's on the watch list. I was looking forward to break out on Monday. Instead, we got a down. We had a bearish day on Monday, Tuesday, doji, but now we're following through. I really like Disney. New CEO. Not sure if he actually has taken over yet from Iger. Okay, there goes Microsoft. And Microsoft starting to turn. Okay, so keep an eye on Microsoft. This might actually do something here. We're looking for volume. It's already past 11:30. But Microsoft looking good.
TK may rise in 10 seconds. BMNG.
I mean, if there is. Like here. To me, investment.
All right, we'll continue to fade S&P. S&P continues to fade. Okay, we're back down to support. S1, we're below S1 now. Let's see where we might be headed. Net open interest, longer dated versus now, 0 day. Okay, so you can see that's 7,700 and lower. There's a big level right here at 76.65. Okay, levels. Okay, so S&P, Okay.
BMNG. MRAL. BMNU. CONL. CRCG. IRD. MRAL. BMNG. DSTK may resume in less than a minute.
Oh boy.
ACI. IRD. MRAL. BTDR.
Right, so let's talk about Apple and Amazon, because those come out on Thursday.
Okay, Netflix. All right, Microsoft's still pushing here. Microsoft, I kind of poo-pooed Microsoft, but it's still showing strength. So
DSTK may resume.
that just shows you mind of its own for now. All right, what time is it? 11:44.
BTDR.
Where there's not that much innovation, the iPhone doesn't look that much different today than it did the last couple of years. I
IRD.
know China has some great phones we'll never see, it's just caught up with the technology, so.
The other
Yeah, good point.
like they're also trying to get the government to allow them to buy the same memory makers.
Right. Stock market doesn't care, it keeps going higher. Right.
Microsoft's still going.
IEL.
I think they justify it, and I agree. I own Apple, the Pro owns Apple, but I'm not gonna chase Apple up here, chase it up off that mic.
ZSTK halted to the upside. ZSTK.
What about Amazon? What do you think about Amazon?
I
BTDR.
really struggle with Amazon because it's hard to say like what Amazon, they do a lot of things. Right, like they have this consumer retail business, now they're gonna have their own shipping business, now they sell, it's like that, yeah, I mean, they've got so many different things that are like, as soon as I say like, oh, I don't wanna invest in this company, someone can get me
ERR.
about something like, they're like, well, how many boxes do you get a day? from
Right, and
Amazon?
there you go.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, okay, but but I think like personally, I really struggle with
BTDR.
wanting to invest in this company because one, like their free cash flow has been pretty negative, especially when you take stock-based compensation out of it. They do have investments.
Microsoft's still going. Okay, I do have Microsoft calls. What I want to do here.
A million.
It's hard to measure.
I know, but I don't know. I think Amazon tends to be.
Microsoft.
Anyway,
Okay, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Oh, shoot. I sold Microsoft. Huh. Okay, well, I don't have a Microsoft position. I do like what I'm seeing. All right, so if you're already in it, congratulations. I sold mine. Microsoft could see the recent highs again. Why? Because Microsoft earnings were well received. Let's take another look at Microsoft earnings from last July 29th. Okay, so earnings growth 29.9%, 17.7% revenue growth. Oh, that was the thing. Remember the Acer generated revenue surpassing 100 billion for the first time. Revenue gets the attention of hedge fund managers, portfolio managers. When you get this kind of revenue in a company that's pulled back, that's a great opportunity. Now, Microsoft has already blasted off of that base low, but if you look at the weekly time frame, we're right in the middle, really. Okay, so if we look at this, let's look at the retracement. Okay, so down to the lows there. So we made it above 618. Okay. $618. Okay, so where can we come back to? That 10 EMA is a 382 Fibonacci. If we put a 236 on here, we're right at a 236 now. So the pullback may be done. Okay, does that make sense? The pullback on Microsoft might be done. 236. Okay, let me save this. Weekly Fibonacci's. Okay. And what I want to do is give myself some extra room. Let's see, let's go 30 extra bars. Okay, that's good. All right, so that's what I want to see. All right, so because I want to pull these over here. Okay, so we already got a 236. Bingo. See that? 349.20. I don't know if I can get, that's close enough. 513.73. That's close enough as well. Can I? No. Okay, that's good. And you got a gap there too. So this is pretty good. We might be able to hold this level. Okay. Excuse me, weekly. Let's see. Weekly. Okay, this looks good, folks. Looks really good. Okay, let me grab this here. Good earnings report. Excuse me. Something stuck in my throat. Come on. Okay, so you see that? It looks pretty good, right? Microsoft so far. Might be enough. Microsoft. 382 Fibonacci so far. Microsoft's still going. Can't buy Microsoft here at the high, but I can wait for an ABCD pattern later. Wait for an ABCD pattern. Microsoft looking very strong. Look at the volume. Okay, we don't have an opening range breakout only because it's after 11:30, but the volume looks really good. If you're gonna take a shot at Microsoft, go out maybe into next year, maybe June, some leaps or whatever. Give yourself some time. This looks really good. Okay, good day so far. Looking for ABCD patterns now. Mm.
DST may resume in less than a minute.
What about December? December got a lot at the 500 strike. What did we say Microsoft implied volatility is? Probably pretty high now. Microsoft.
DST may rise in 10 seconds.
Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft looking really good here. Wow. Let me look at Microsoft. I don't know. I had the impression that calls were pretty cheap on Microsoft after the pullback. Microsoft, okay, Microsoft's way over here. Buying call spreads makes sense. Microsoft looks good. Okay, Microsoft's at the high of the day. Maybe a limit order at a lower level. Okay, it's it's midday. Let me turn Discord on. Doo-doo-doo. Microsoft looking for this to pull back in a little bit. Okay, looking for B and C pivots. I wouldn't be chasing up here. This is A for now. This looks like A for now. Okay, if you don't know what I'm looking at, if you're a new member, we're always looking for this pattern, ABCD pattern. The pattern tends to repeat. You get the run up in the morning, profit taking. If the stock is still in play, you get a B pivot at a higher low, and then C a higher, even a higher high, higher low for an opportunity. So we'll be watching for that on Microsoft. It's showing strength, potential for it to get back to 500 and 510. I see a lot of options trading at those levels, a lot of open interest and a lot of flow today. So check the strongest flow in the months that you might be interested in trading. All right, so watching Microsoft. I need to take a couple of minute break. All right, I'll be right back. Watch for a B pivot. CIFG. Involved again.
$1 total for the
SMR.
years to raise for a token simply by presenting
KEL. IRD. RTAC vaulted down. SMU. IRDX. SJK vaulted down. IRD. DACU vaulted to the upside. SMR.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Zero DTE.
SMCX.
Zero DTE. Put strip.
SMR.
Zero DTE. Put strip.
BMNU.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. SPS. Long date. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size. Shenanigans. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse.
GNN may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Put strip.
IRD.
Size. Zero DTE. Pulse. Size.
IRDX.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. Zero DTE. Pulse.
GNN may rest in 10 seconds.
NBI.
IRD.
Long date.
IRDX. RTAC may resume in less than a minute. TSTK. SMR. SKK may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Size. 0 DTE
RTACU may resume in less than a minute. CTTG halted to the upside.
So these are basically like implement
0 DTE stop 0
RTACU may rest
DTE
10
hold
seconds.
0 DTE stop
SAQ may rest 10 seconds.
0 DTE put strip
RTACU may rest 10 seconds.
0 DTE hold stop 0 DTE hold stop
RTACU halted to the upside.
0 DTE hold
It's
IRE.
Zero DTE hold stop Micron pulse long date deep call Tesla pulse long date deep calls Micron pulse long date deep calls 0 DTE hold
CIFG.
SPX pulse long date deep puts SPX pulse long date deep puts 0 DTE calls stop
They expect to have native Bitcoin custody later this year in State Street, Citibank. These are the largest institutions and custodians on the planet. Citi already administering approximately $31.4 trillion in assets, and they're going to be adding Bitcoin. That means that institutions will be able to hold Bitcoin and traditional securities
FC.
through the same platform, and that means that we eventually get the breadth of financial services around Bitcoin as a part of that unified system, right? This is just one of those major steps that'll go forgotten because we now know that effectively everyone can custody crypto assets. But this is every single major institution capitulating, whether it's because they believe in it or because they believe there's money to be made. But Citi can't sit on the sidelines and watch Coinbase custody every single ETF.
CTTG may resume in less than a minute.
Sweet TNON. And they are going to work very hard here to get it. Really interesting story. They're all coming in one by one. The next story here, really interesting one.
IRG.
U.S. Accounting Standards Group proposes way to see stablecoins as cash equivalent. The Financial Accounting Standards Board, FASB, a nonprofit that governs accounting practices, proposed that certain stablecoins should fit the bill as cash like. This actually really matters for institutions. I mean,
MSS.
RTAC may resume in less than a minute.
At $1.2 billion in USDC on the balance sheet, they had to basically count those as crypto assets and not as cash equivalents.
CTTG may rest in 10 seconds.
Ready to get an audit from Deloitte, able to get an audit from
Watch it.
and to classify those cash equivalents, but it really depends on the accountant. And this is really going to give people a unified
provide consistent standard, which has your one liquid reserve, at least one-to-one backing, direct against rights, and clear regulatory compliance. This would let corporate treasurers use stablecoins without making their reported cash position look small. So think about that. You have $100 million and 50 million in cash and 50 million is in stablecoins. Right now, you only get to count 50 million cash. Basically. Now
RTAC may rest in 10 seconds.
These are cross-border redemption payments.
RTAC, you may resume in
This
less
is
than a
one
minute.
of those quiet things that's happening behind the scenes that we're not talking about, and then we look back at some point and go, wow, that was really, really big. It's funny, I mean, crypto adoptions having reached the final boss of the accounting department, right? And we've had a lot of these kind of broken rules that existed for years that are pain points for institutions that are trying to find ways to participate in crypto, and they're getting eliminated one by one by one by one by one. That's a lot. Now, the next story here is so ridiculous. I don't even know. We could have done it as how much we best maybe. I don't know. My protocol, which none of you have ever heard. It's Inca protocol, and Aztec protocol, and the other two range. My protocol exploits drains Bitcoin and other assets.
RTAC, you may rest in 10 seconds.
Oh my God. Approximately 1.7 billion was extracted, including roughly 20 Bitcoin. If you read the article, you want to know how stupid all these small
SLRA may resume in less than a minute.
AI and everybody change.
CONL.
The attacker combined 6 software flaws to steal 1.7 million. There were 6 separate bugs in the code that this person was able to link together. I'm not laughing at the fact that money was stolen in that. They were able to link together. Now the cow token. Never heard of this token, never heard of this platform, but this is real money that
SLS.
exploiters are stealing from people every single day. I'm so sick of reporting on them. Just don't put money in these things because it's dumb and they're too small.
FRA may rest in 10 seconds.
And it actually gets asked because this would be the in the United States.
CDTG. SLS.
Citrus. Pre-measured dosing means consistent effects. Enjoy relaxation without the bitterness. Try them today.
That AI doctor, the project has already helped millions of people, and they help you take charge of the public. Today to show you how easy it is to sell things on the
SLS.
Long dates. Standards calls. Long date.
SLS. CDTG.
Strategy is still showing a lot of strength.
SLS. CDTG.
treating it, see that?
And cheater and no.
Strategy still moving higher.
CDTG vaulting to the upside. CDTG.
Long day. Long day.
IRG.
All right. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. It is 12:18.
Long day.
FZ. SLS. ORCU.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. All right, just checking the sensitivity of this microphone.
CNO.
All right, just checking this.
SLS.
All right. Okay. All right, looks like strategy wants to go some more. This could be an epic breakout day. Not willing to buy it up here. But other stocks in the group, Coinbase is going. Bitto, BITX, BITX. Okay, these are all catching a bid. Okay. Bitcoin, mentioned by Corey earlier, Bitcoin. Big move on Bitcoin today. Trading volumes surge. Okay, they go away and then they come back furiously. Yields sharply lower as the U.S. government has been buying back up government bonds.
ATC vaulted.
Okay, looks good. Okay, nice little bounce at support.
SLS. CDTG may resume in less than a minute. TEMT. TEM.
Shenanigans. Shenanigans.
CTTG may rest in 10 seconds.
Long dated. Deep.
TEM. TSLA. CTTG.
CSTJ.
Looking good.
MT.
AC.
SNL. CTTG halted down. TEM. TEMT.
CSTJ. RDAC.
ESNL. EURR. MSTX.
All right, let's see what they're talking about over at CNBC.
RDAC.
RR. ATC may resume in less than a minute.
Seeing deeper losses in the second quarter, I think it's really getting the here got Wall Street Journal with some of these numbers overnight. One that
MSTX.
stands out is operating. So losses, according to this report, sank further into the red. Operating loss grew to $12.3 billion in the quarter.
Strategy still going.
First quarter was about $9 billion in terms of loss in Q1, according to the journal here. Losses did also outpace revenue. Revenue growth for that quarter just around 7 billion, just under 7 billion. Again, it's for the 3 months that ended in June. It was up about 18%. The first quarter
Zero
again.
DT.
This is according to the journal. No comment from OpenAI on this, but as Jim pointed out earlier, we have reported on some of the more recent
ATC may
July
rest in 10
numbers, and
seconds.
Greg Brockman, the president of the company, confirmed that on air this morning. We had reported last week that OpenAI saw 20% revenue growth in July, 32% growth in enterprise, but it also doesn't speak to profitability. And that's something that's really getting attention. And what is
Palantir back up to the opening range high. Palantir.
Are now on file to go public with the SEC, and from what we have been hearing, just has the better filing.
Strategy. This keeps going. Big day for strategy.
Just ramped up to $65 billion. We also don't know if these are apples to apples. Again, they're not public companies, so the accounting could differ slightly.
We got 320 stocks advancing out of 500. 62 stocks out of 100 on the queue. The queues are back up, bouncing. Hammer on the daily. Hanging man.
Representative emerging from that meeting with some positive rhetoric around the deal making that's happening behind the scenes. We've reached an agreement that will continue to protect American workers, American jobs, American supply chains, but really strengthen the North American economy and create a situation where will continue to be an energy powerhouse, a manufacturing
Strategy just kicking buttocks today.
security. So while we certainly, I think, have eliminated some of the irritants that we had over the past year, we also are taking a strong foothold. So Scott, you heard Greer there mention a number of categories, energy security and other things. What we didn't hear are any of the specifics of the deal that they say they're negotiating behind the scenes. So we'll have to wait for any kind of readout in terms of what might have actually been agreed to here in that meeting. One of the things I wanted to flag for you, though, is moments after we saw that sort of impromptu presser on the steps between the two trade representatives, we saw a social media post from Mark Carney in Canada. Here's what he said, and this is, I think, potentially significant. He says, "Congratulations, Minister LeBlanc and Ambassador Greer.
LeBlanc.
Progress in the Canada-United States trade negotiations." Carney here saying Canada entered these discussions.
All right, I bought some 15 calls for BITX. BITX. I bought December 15s.
In each of Canada's most important strategic sectors and providing greater certainty about our future relationships. That's the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, saying that Canada has the best terms, and this deal will reinforce the Canadian advantage. Now, the political danger of a tweet like that, Scott, in the midst
210 filled.
is that I can tell you that that kind of a comment is going to raise eyebrows over at the White House. Wait a second. Carney, thumping his chest about Canada having the best terms in this deal, even before the deal is done. With this kind of, tense negotiation ongoing, you watch a tweet like that and wonder whether it's going to have any impact on the other side. Oh, I think it will. We know where to look. Yeah, we know where to look. Amen. Thanks. Amen. All right. And you'll tell us. Up next, energy's record run. A bullish call out on that sector today. We'll see if the committee sees more upside ahead. We're back at 2.
All right, so strategy looking good. I bought some BITX 15 calls, something cheap. If this does continue to move higher, then we'll be good. If it doesn't, no win, low loss. Will be a small loss. Our S&P continues to pull back. S&P. Back below support. Back below support.
CRCG.
Tesla's at the highs. Microsoft off the highs. A lot of these New York FANGs are pulling back a bit. A lot of these New York FANGs have pulled back from the highs of the day. Still a pretty good day, though. Not complaining.
HLG. RTAC may resume in less than a minute.
If these New York FANG stocks can bounce, it'll be a good thing to close the day a little bit higher. If these New York FANG stocks can bounce, it'll be a good thing. All right, S&P 500. Back to VWAP. Doji yesterday was a pretty tight range as well. Okay, let's look at the stocks that took off this morning. We had Netflix. Okay, that's off the highs of the day. ABCD pattern playing out. Netflix, ABCD pattern. Apple, Microsoft.
less than 10 seconds.
Okay, Microsoft giving us that B pivot we're looking for.
Long dated.
Looking for a B pivot on Microsoft. You don't want to buy the high of the day. You want to wait for a dip. Let's see, Microsoft.
0 DTE. Put strip. Side. Long dated.
Let's see what gold. Market's still looking pretty good here.
CTTG.
Growth is a little bit flat, but large cap value, mid cap value, small cap value, all catching a bid, along with core stocks in the small, mid, and large cap sectors. Small cap catching a lot of the attention. Small caps trending back up with the 10-year. The U.S. Treasury buying back bonds is having
Long dated.
an impact on the 10-year. The 10-year pulled back thanks to the U.S. government buying bonds, buying back its bonds. Yields moving back. So they're still trying to deal with the whole U.S. dollar, Japanese yen, the yen weakness.
CTTG made less than 10 seconds.
Side.
A few weeks ago, the Bank of Japan was selling U.S. treasuries. Okay, we see that big drop. A little bit of a bear flag on the daily. Now it's rolling over again. Okay. All right, so the yen.
SMU.
Okay, yen. Okay, Scott Bessa was talking about buying yen over here in late July when this first candle formed. Let's see. Yesterday's close on Brent was higher. USO,
0 DTE. Put
United States Oil Fund, higher. Looking at what's actually moving in the markets. Dow Jones, most percent up. Merck, pharmaceuticals. We got Nike made a big reversal yesterday. Let's see, Nike.
0 DTE. Call side. Side.
Doesn't look like a whole lot,
0 DTE. Put side.
but a pretty decent move. 2%. If we can put 2% every day over the next week or so, we could get back to 45 maybe. Nike, obviously, most people are not interested in buying Nike at the moment. S&P continues to move lower. Okay, if you bought put flies yesterday at the high of the day
SMU.
or during yesterday's price action, that's a hedge. Okay, put flies down below. I believe I mentioned 760, 755, 750, something like that for the spiders puts. Okay, let's go look at the 60-minute. So SPY put flies, if we continue to trend lower, I have 760,
TDR.
750, 740, I believe. Let me check here. Let me check what I have. I suggested that or
Nvidia hub. Long dated.
760, 750, 740. Right. Okay. So I have put flies 760, 750, 740. It's a cheap way of protecting gains if you haven't taken anything off today.
ACHV.
As suggested. What do you mean, Benny? What were you suggesting? Whenever you get 3 bearish candles in a row,
Shenanigans.
after you get a big run up like this in Microsoft, once you get some selling bars, you have to pay attention. 3 more selling bars. Now we're headed down to the B pivot, which I delineated earlier when we were up here at the high.
Bitcoin Ponzi pump.
Didn't want to chase it. Wanted to wait for it to come back. Now we do. Now we have the pullback.
Ponzi plan.
Apple
Long dated.
also pulling back. I believe it's going to be an opportunity.
Long dated.
Netflix, okay, taking profits off when you see the first 3 candles on a 1-minute chart,
0 DT.
okay, at the high. So you would alleviate a lot of this pullback. Yesterday, we did the same thing. We hit the high and pulled back. I have to believe the executive that was selling yesterday, or director, whatever it was on the board, somebody was selling yesterday. Okay, somebody was selling yesterday. Co-founder Reed Hastings, his company's let's see here. CFO, that's what it was. The CFO dumped $5.6 million worth of stock into that strength. Okay, it looks like some of these executives are still selling. Maybe they need some cash. They've been sitting on these stock options or shares. They've been sitting on it. Think about it. You're an executive with Netflix, right? A lot of your pay perhaps is tied up in shares or stock options. Since the month of April, we've been in a downtrend, actually further out, right? Since June of last year, we've been in a downtrend. So we get this little bounce. Some of these executives are taking the opportunity to sell some shares. Now, you could debate whether or not this is a good time, but if you're an executive and a lot of your pay, I don't know for sure, but I think if you do a little research, we'll find out that the CFO makes a lot, maybe a salary plus benefits, options, warrants, whatever, shares. So they've been waiting for 4 or 5 months for a bounce. Now that we have the bounce, said executive can sell some into strength, even though we're not at highs. I don't think the insider selling is as bad as it might seem. If they were selling up here, I'd be more concerned. They're selling down here, and I got to believe it has to do with maybe they're buying a new house or whatever, moving, planning for a kid's college, whatever. So together with the bounce and with Bill Ackman disclosing a position last week, I believe that we're going to continue to move higher. I would rather buy Netflix over the last few weeks, which is what we've been doing, adding 2 positions, starting new positions over the last few weeks. I'd rather do that than buy it up here at the high. In other words, I like Netflix. I just won't buy the high of the day. So if you're day trading, it's one thing. If you're swing trading, another. Okay. So Netflix, you had your selling at the highs. You should have gotten out. We dropped below the moving averages. Now we're waiting for the moving averages price to get back above the moving averages. I don't know if that's going to happen today, but if you look at what happened yesterday, okay, yesterday we had the same thing. We ran up in the morning and then we just faded for the rest of the day. We ended on a doji spinning top. Still bullish. We got Ackman behind us. So I'm looking for the dip to get bought. I'm not doing anything right now. I am going to take a 2-minute break and put something on in the oven for lunch, and I'll be right back.
Long dated. Micron pop. Long dated. Deep core. Micron pop. Long dated. Deep core. Tesla Pump.
TSLA.
Spider Pump. Long dated. Micron Pump. Long dated. Deep.
RDAC. CDTG.
Tesla Pump.
CDTG.
CDTG. BTDR.
TSLA. CST.
Agro Pump.
CDTG.
SBX Pump. Long dated. Zero DTE. Conf. Start.
All right, Netflix. All right, starting to move lower now. Okay, Netflix moving lower. So take a little bit of profits off. If you haven't already done so, you should have done it earlier. Netflix did the same thing yesterday. Ran up in the morning, selling into strength. I got to believe this will eventually follow through, but what it looks like to me is that you've got executives that want to make some money. Okay. Maybe they need to buy a house. They need to do different things, whatever. And they're getting prices to move higher. They know that people are bullish. They know that Ackman is bullish. So they let it run up and then they sell into that strength. Eventually that's going to dissipate and we can continue this move to the upside and get back to the 200-day overhead. All right. So that's what it appears to me, because it did exactly the same thing yesterday. Ran up to the highs and then regressed back to VWAP and even lower.
Logic. CDTG.
SoFi. Okay, so strategy continues to travel higher. BITX, I realized I bought these near the highs. So what I did was I bought out in December, give myself plenty of time. So any pullback's not going to kill me. But still get ready for this. If it does follow through tomorrow, I'll be vindicated and everything will be fine. Even if it pulls back a little bit, I can manage around the position. I could sell some premium at the 20 strike, for example, bring in some income and see once it gets to the high of the day again, I can sell some premium at the high of the day, much like a covered call. Get some income if it pulls back in a little bit. Right now, it looks like it's going to stay fairly strong. BITX, BITU, Coinbase, all of these are rising. I have a position in Coinbase I've been looking to get out of for months. I mean, we've been staying in a pretty good range. There's no reason to sell it, except it was dead money. Now that it's pulling back up, 8 weeks later, now we're finally pushing back above the 50 days. So this looks pretty good, breaking the downtrend. Microsoft pulling back some more. All right, so Microsoft, if you waited to buy Microsoft looked very strong. Okay, we're back to VWAP. Okay, I have a limit order to buy on this dip. That's at 350. I'm looking at the December 500, 510 call. All right, so that'll be like 15 points out of the money. That's still like a 40 delta. Let me see what this looks like right now. I put a limit order to buy at a much discounted price from where it was trading at the high. Microsoft. I'm looking at December strikes, and that is a 50 delta. Okay, the 500 strike is a 50 delta. All right, so if it keeps dropping, it'll probably be like a 45 delta. What is it now? It is a 48 delta. Okay, 48 deltas. Okay, 48 deltas. Okay, so the 48 deltas are 500. I'm looking to buy the 500, sell the 510.
0 DTE. Stop.
Okay, that's what I'm looking to do.
Long date. Bitcoin on zip up. Long date.
350 limit is what I'm currently at right now. All right. For December. Is it December? Yeah, December. Okay. So this is what I'm looking to do. 350 limit. It's a 48 delta for now.
0 DT.
Yeah, it's getting all jammed up. 48 deltas. All right. So that's what I'm looking to do. Right now we're at B. We're at VWAP. Let's see what happens if we get the VWAP. Okay, we're still moving lower. I'm going to move this. I'll move my debit limit.
0
Wow, this is a pretty decent sell-off on Microsoft. You know what? I'm going to change it to $3. I'm lowballing it at $3. Okay. And I'll do it for today. 300 to make for every contract, 300 to make 700.
0 DT.
Okay, 300 to make 700.
0
So if I get filled at $3 limit, that's where I'm at now.
0 DTE. Call. 0 DTE. Call. Side.
It's late in the evening. It's almost 1 o'clock. All right, let me go check my lunch.
0 DTE. Put strip.
I'll be right back.
Zero DTE. Call. Side. 0 DTE. Put strip. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Call. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Call.
MSFT. CRWX. CSTK.
Metapod. Long date. Metapod. Long date. Zero DTE. Put strip. Side.
CDTG. MSFT. CRWX. CSTK.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Very flat. Long date.
MSFT.
Zero
CRWX.
DTE. Call. 0 DTE kurzschrift Start.
MSFT. CDTG.
Q's pulse long dated 0 DTE kurzschrift 0 DTE pulse
NBAX.
0 DTE kurzschrift Start.
CDTG.
NVIDIA pulse long dated NVIDIA pulse long dated 0 DTE kurzschrift
CDTG.
0 DTE cold Start. 0 DTE pulse 0 DTE kurzschrift Start.
CDTG.
FMH pulse long dated
CDTG.
soft pulse shenanigan outgo pro long dated 0 DTE Start. NVIDIA pulse long dated outgo pro long dated 0 DTE kurzschrift
CDTG.
long dated 0
CDTG.
pulse soft pulse shenanigan Zero DTE Start. SPX
CDTG.
long dated deep put 0 DTE put strip Start.
CDTG.
0 DTE cold Start.
Easy.
Zero DTE
CDTG.
cold
Easy.
CDTG.
CDTG.
Microsoft showing some signs of a potential bounce. Oh boy.
Easy.
CDTG.
CDTG. Easy on.
Still think is probable as we get into the fall, which would be, we know that we've had a 6-1 vote by the board of the FOMC to approve Treasurer or Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman's new capital plan.
CDTG.
That'll reduce the amount of capital that banks are required to hold. We're thinking that you may very well get the Fed suggesting to the banks, and sort of Greenspan asked, much like he was encouraging them to lend money in the early 90s. We think you should be buying some treasuries. Now, the changes in capital rules and eventually the liquidity requirements could increase potential bank demand for not long-term securities, somewhere in the 3 to 7 year part of the curve, by as much as $4 to $6 trillion. So you may very well have a source of demand that the Fed could play a role in by through lower capital requirements and then encouraging banks to lend money not just to the private sector but also to the U.S. government that could help stabilize the market as well. So, being irresponsible, I don't know. It's a little tougher call. I think it was more irresponsible to ramp up government spending to 23 or 25% of GDP and put us in this predicament. So, yeah, a little reluctant to attribute blame here.
And to be clear, there's a lot of market participants who are now saying to buy long-term bonds at these levels. And let's hope. I mean, certainly let's hope that that is the call. But Mike Darda was writing about this yesterday and saying, hey, we are actually slowly making progress on the deficit. Jen Jigian earlier this week, he said, especially if we get closer to 5% on the 10-year, he'd be a buyer. So I want to put the market call to one side. It may well be the case that, that they're a buy here, and that's fine. I mean, but it's obvious we're papering over the real problem. And we're now pulling every tool we have out of the toolkit to deal with the fact that we can't deal with the deficit. We can't fix this problem. And the worse it gets, and now we're opening ourselves more to moves in short-term interest rates. Maybe they go down, and that's great. Maybe they go up. And then what?
No, these are absolutely huge issues. So I argued in my writing that the near-term catalyst for the higher in rates is probably a little bit less to do with the Fed's or the Treasury Department's deficit or the government's deficit. I'll get back to that in a minute because I'm by no means suggesting that that's not the issue. All I'm suggesting is that recently swap spreads, swaps getting increasingly rich or treasuries cheap. It's really been more about all this financing that's coming out of the hyperscalers that's really driven that. Now, the widening of credit spreads by hyperscalers, the increase in the underlying risk-free rate, we're talking about 10 real now, and even their stock prices declining suggests you're going to have some slowing of CapEx that'll take some pressure off. But next year, the real big question about the issue you just raised, Kel, which is we're going to hit the debt ceiling.
Hughes pump.
If the Democrats take the House, which is where Kel Sheen and most of the prognosticators
Hughes pump. Hughes pump. Long date. Deep.
All right, the flow, you can hear the flow has slowed. The audio alerts start to slow down. Good time to take a break, have lunch, come back in about an hour for the 2 o'clock potential bounce.
Long date.
What's the Oracle doing? Oracle.
0 DTE.
SK Hynix bounced, but not moving much.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Start.
RDAC.
Oracle had a nice bounce today. Deep discount, dropped below yesterday's high, yesterday's low, bounced. We're above yesterday's mid-range, more or less.
FMH Pulse. FMH Pulse. FMH Pulse. FMH Pulse. Spider Pulse. Long date.
BTCT.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Start.
CDTG.
Zero DTE. Start.
CDTG.
Zero DTE. Pulse. Start. Zero DTE. Pulse. Start.
CPTG. CSTG. Easy.
Shenanigans. Soft pulse.
CSTG.
Long date. Shenanigans. Soft pulse. Long date. Shenanigans.
BTCT.
Soft pulse. Long date. Shenanigans.
BTCT.
Microsoft starting to firm here might be an opportunity. I would go longer dated calls. December is what I'm looking at. Looking at December. I don't know if I'm going to get $3. It's already back up to 4.
Zero DTE. Call. Start.
BTCT. TCT.
All right, markets are just sitting here. I'm not going to expect much in the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So if you want to get some lunch, come back in about an hour, 45 minutes. We'll get the FOMC minutes. FOMC minutes.
BTCT. CDTG.
All right, so just chilling out right now. It's hot as the dickens outside. Where did that expression come from? Centuries old euphemism for the devil. Some saying something is hot as the dickens is simply a polite historical way of saying it's hot as the devil or hot as hell. I remember when I was a kid, you didn't curse. Nobody cursed. If you cursed in public, you were excommunicated immediately. Or your pastor or your priest or whoever would come out of the woodwork on high. Man, things have changed so much. Dickin, devilkins, little devils or dickin, morphing into dickens became a slang for Satan. Interesting.
NBAX.
Shakespeare's roots. Substitute for devil appears in William Shakespeare's 1600 play, The Merry Wives of Windsor. I cannot tell what the dickens his name is. You know the expression, you probably already know this one. Where did the expression go to hell? Go to hell in a handbasket while we're waiting for the markets.
Zero DTE. Call. Start.
Go to hell in a handbasket. I think this one comes from Shakespeare as well. They had a basket under the floor, and you would drop through the floor. Go to hell in a handbasket. I think that's where it came from. Let me see here. Just out of curiosity. What the hell is Vinny doing? He's bored. A handbasket, small, lightweight container meant for easy carrying. Let's see. Earliest known written variation appears in 1865 wartime. Going to hell in a handbasket. Versions depending on the region. Go to heaven in a handbasket. I thought it was during Shakespeare. Popular urban legend claims the phrase comes from the French Revolution, where guillotine heads fell into baskets. This is false. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Okay. Microsoft dropping a little more here. Okay. Microsoft fading a bit more.
Long date. Long date.
Microsoft pulling back a bit more. Okay, let's look at strategy. Okay, that did fall off the high of the day. All right, so the BITX I bought at the highs. I'll add to it on a dip, looks like.
Zero DTE. Call. Start.
CDTG.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Start. Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Start.
CDTG.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long date. Zero DTE. Start. Zero DTE. Call strip. Start. Palantir Pulse. Zero DTE. Call strip. Start.
All right, S&P continues to move lower. S&P.
Start.
Okay, S&P moving lower.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Call strip. DTE puts straight. Stop. 0 DTE pulls straight. Stop.
Okay, most stocks are just taking a break. Netflix is trying to turn back up. Netflix trying to turn back up. Okay, Microsoft looking for a B pivot. Apple pull back.
0 DTE puts straight. Stop.
Broadcom finally turning the corner. Broadcom.
0 DTE puts straight. 0 DTE.
S&P 500.
Stop.
S&P 500. Doji off the best levels of the session.
0 DTE pulls straight. Stop.
Okay. Yeah, just waiting for the markets to settle down. The optical stocks like AAOI, LITE, and GLW, those pull back today. Okay.
0 DTE.
What's Amazon doing? Amazon.
0 DTE.
Amazon, we were looking for Amazon to bounce off of the 21-day. Looks like that's going to work out. Amazon. Have a starter position in Amazon for September. September, I have the 270 call spread for September. So I'm looking for this to bounce a bit more.
0 DTE pulls
Amazon. Let's see what Amazon's doing. Amazon coming off the low here. Okay, let's go. Since I'm not trading the opening range, I'm going to go to the 15-minute chart. Just watch for this to bounce. Looking for dip buyers. Maybe I'll go to 5-minute. 5-minute. Amazon. Okay, Amazon looks okay. Potentially an ABCD pattern.
0 DTE.
Opening range was good. I have the Amazon 270, 275, 270, 275. September 18th call spread. Let's see, what do I get that in? What did I get into that for? View trades. Okay, got into that for
Nvidia pulse. Long dated.
$1. Looks like $1.50. 575. 575 minus 415. Yeah, $1.50. $1.55. $1.50. Sorry. $1.55. $1.60. Sorry, can't add. $1.60 for these Amazon calls.
0 DTE puts straight. Stop. 0 DTE puts straight.
All right, just waiting for the evening session. Got about 30 minutes to go for 33 minutes to go for the FOMC minutes. I probably going to take another 5-minute break since we're waiting, and I will monitor the stream. Starting to bounce here. S&P. Let's see what this looks like. All right, we're below support at the moment. Okay, let me go to GEX and let me look at non-zero day. Non-zero day. Okay, a little support at 7,700 right there. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
long dated,
BTCT.
zero
CBTG.
long dated, deep Tesla long dated,
PWCN.
NVIDIA long dated, AMD long dated,
OMPR.
long dated, deep zero DTE, start,
CSTK. STK.
zero DTE, cold, start, micron pulse, long dated, shenanigans, Q's pulse,
CSTK.
zero DTE,
CBTG. CBTG.
SKK halted down.
Q's pulse, long dated, Q's pulse, long dated, start, Q's pulse, long dated, start, zero DTE, start,
CBTG. CBTG.
long dated,
NWGL. NWGL.
Spider, 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 spider. Stop.
NWGL. NWGL.
SKK may resume in less than a minute.
NWGL.
SKK may res in 10 seconds.
NWGL.
AFD. Long date. SE exports. Long date. SE exports. Long date. Deep hooks. SE exports.
NWGL.
Deep hooks. AMD. Long date.
SKK halted to the upside.
Long dated. Deep hooks. Sandisk pulse. Long dated.
NWGL. SOC. CDTG. AZI. NWGL. SOC.
SOC.
CSTK. CDTG. AZI. SOC.
Hello, go. Long dated.
SOC.
CDTG. SOC.
Hello, go. Long dated. Soft pulse. Long dated.
SOC. YJ.
SKK may resume in less than a minute.
YJ.
Zero DTE. Start.
CSTK.
SKK may rest in 10 seconds.
AMD. Long dated. AMD. Long dated. Zero DTE. Pulse. Start.
CSTK. CSTK.
SE. Long dated.
NWGL. CST. Easy. CST.
FFH pump, long date.
ASTL,
CST. NWGL.
Soft pump. Soft pump. Shenanigans.
ASTL,
0 DTE.
NWGL.
Start.
SC,
CST.
NVIDIA pumps. Long date. NVIDIA pumps. Long date. 0 DTE. Constant.
CST.
Start.
Okay, Amazon looking for more upside.
NVIDIA pumps. Long date.
CST.
The Qs.
0 DTE. Start.
SC.
Netflix, just off the highs.
CT.
Zero DTE. Constant. Start.
Easy. Easy.
ACI.
CDTG. Easy.
ACI.
All right, S&P continues to rally up a bit.
Easy. Easy.
ACI.
Easy.
Long date.
BYND.
Zero DTE. Constant. Start.
ACI.
Easy.
SPS. Long date.
SC. GYND. GLUPA halted.
Tesla's on the move. Tesla on the move again. All right.
SKY. SC.
Tesla pumps, long dated. Tesla pumps, long dated. Tesla pumps, long dated. Tesla pumps, long dated.
Okay, we got Tesla.
Long dated.
We got a lot of Tesla.
Tesla pumps, long dated.
A lot of Tesla trades coming through right now.
Long dated.
I don't know if you hear that.
Calls.
Tesla Pulse. There was like several of them in a row. Tesla. Let me see what they're trading here. Let me go out to September again. September. A lot of volume in the 50 deltas now. That's a 350 strike call.
Tesla pumps, long dated. Deep calls.
GLUSC.
Tesla looks like we're going to get a follow through. Little bounce here.
WDC pulse, long dated. SPX pulse, long dated. SPX
Tesla.
long dated.
Tesla turning back up. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft, the 500, 510, still an idea that I'd like to work on. 500, 510. Try to get in at 3. Move my limit down to 3. That didn't work.
SMH pulse, long dated.
SC.
SMH pulse, long dated.
Microsoft looks good. Tesla turning up.
SMH pulse, long dated.
Looks like they're buying a dip. Semis.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
SC.
Tesla pulse alerts. All right, let's see what they're doing here. Tesla pulse alerts.
Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
GLUPA may resume in less than a minute. GLUPA may resume in less than a minute.
All right, Tesla.
GLUPA may rest in 10 seconds. GLUPA may rest in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
Tesla nearing the high of the day. Nice opening range breakout this morning. We're trying to get above this pivot. Recent highs from Friday.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
Mm-hmm.
Zero DTE put strip. Size. Micron pulse.
Easy.
Zero DTE call side. Zero DTE puts. Size.
Easy.
Tesla moving a bit. Looks like those Tesla pulse alerts were puts being sold. Don't know the exact strikes. Let me just look at this again. Tesla.
Zero DTE.
Tesla.
Size. Long dated.
So gold has
Zero
been bid
DTE
today.
Put strip. Size. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE call strip. Size.
Gold had a good day today so far. Broke the downtrend 2 weeks ago, following through now. Some of you took GDX. Okay, Tesla breaking higher. Tesla breaking higher.
Easy.
Zero DTE put strip.
Okay, we had the
Zero
two
DTE call strip.
FOMC minutes.
Zero
We're pushing a bit
DTE
higher.
put strip. Size. Zero DTE.
FOMC minutes have been distributed. The markets are moving higher. Okay, FOMC.
Zero DTE call strip. Size. Zero DTE put strip. SPX points. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Holy cow. SPX call. SPX points. Zero DTE call strip.
Tesla headed higher.
CT teaching.
KW net vaulted down.
Tesla pushing higher.
Size. Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Holy cow. SPX calls.
SPX calls.
Call strip. Size.
Let's see what trace looks like at the moment. All right, we need to get back above this level, 77.25.
Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE hold strip. Side. Zero DTE put strip. Side. Holy cow. SPX call. Zero DTE hold strip. Side. Long date.
Tesla pushing back up to the highs.
Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE hold strip. Side. Zero DTE put strip. Side. Long date. Holy cow. SPX call. Zero DTE hold strip. Side.
Okay, S&P turning back down now.
Spider pump.
Mm-hmm.
SKYN.
Zero DTE put strip. Side.
All right, Trump is speaking with tech leaders
Zero DTE.
at 2:10. He'll probably be a little bit late, I would imagine.
Zero DTE. Hold. Side.
ACI. KWM may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip.
All right, what is Lowe's doing? Lowe's.
Zero DTE. Hold strip. Side. SanDisk Pulse. Long date.
Lowe's has earnings tonight. I posted in the spreads channel a trade that I'm considering.
AAC. KWM may rest in 10 seconds.
Tesla, no follow through yet. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Side. Zero DTE. Put strip. Zero DTE. Put strip. Side. 0 DTE, holster. 0 DTE, holster. Stop. Zero DTE, holster. Stop. Micron pump. Long date.
All right, S&P continues. Moving back down a bit. S&P.
Micron pump. Long date. Micron pump.
If you're thinking like I am that there's a possibility,
Stop.
being the keyword possibility, there's a possibility this could move towards a 21-day. What I did was I bought a put fly. I bought a put fly. I got the 760. I bought the 760. Let me change the color here. 760. Okay, that make that one green. Sold, bought the 760, sold the 750, bought the 740 for cheap. So that creates a butterfly. 760, 750. And the reason I'm doing this is because they're cheap and that there's a potential payout many times the expense. Okay, so you sell 2 times as many. Okay, 2 times. So the 2 wings balance out the center. That makes the trade fairly simple.
0 DTE put strip. Stop. 0 DTE put strip. 0 DTE hold strip. 0 DTE put strip. Stop. 0 DTE hold strip. Stop.
Okay. All right, SPY. Been hanging on to VWAP. It's a doji, so not much momentum. Hedge flows show price action just oscillating.
Long day. Zero DTE put strip. Stop. 0 DTE put strip. 0 DTE hold strip.
Not moving much, just oscillating above and below VWAP at the moment. Let's see what comes out of the Trump meeting with tech executives. Presently scheduled for right now. Okay, let's see. SPA's not doing much. What's Tesla doing? Tesla chopping around. Tesla looking for a follow through tomorrow. Tesla. Microsoft did bounce. It's back above VWAP. ABCD pattern. All right, watching Microsoft.
SUJA.
CDTG. AZI.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse.
CDTG. KWM. RDAC. AZI.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse.
CDTG. CDTG.
SanDisk Pulse. Long dated.
CDTG.
PONY.
CDTG.
PONY.
CDTG.
Zero
UPRL.
DTE Pulse. Die.
Microsoft's still sitting flat, not following through. There's not much going on at the moment. S&P spiders, a little bit lower, the Qs, a little lower, IWM, a little bit lower. All right. Let's see what those put flies go for right now, okay? Just in case. Just in case we trail off a bit. Okay, Micron.
date. D.
Oh, I had earnings this morning. Okay, cool. Thank you for the clarification there. Lowe's, LOW. Good to know, Corey. Thank you.
Long date.
I thought it was after hours. That's pretty funny. You guys keep me on my toes. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. 6 a.m. Yep, you're absolutely correct, Domindo. Okay. Let's see. Wow, 1.9%, 1.6% earnings growth, 8.3% revenue growth. Home Depot is always busier. I use both places, and I'll go by Walmart too occasionally to get like garden soil or whatever. If I don't get it by the dumpster full. Generally, it's for small projects, but they're always busy. And always got these contractors doing their thing in Home Depot. Lowe's a nice, clean store. All right, so that's good to see. All right, Lowe's. 240, 250. Lowe's. Okay, S&P just sitting here. All right, what is working? What worked today? MicroStrategy, strategy. That's off the highs of the session. Copart, CPRT. That's at the highs of the day. Copart, highs of the day. Copart looking good. Pretty bullish looking chart. Copart.
Triple semicolon. Long date.
Mm-hmm. Copart, Marvell, Honeywell Aeronautics. Speaking of aeronautics, LMT, NOC, General Dynamics, all of these pushing higher.
Long date. Deep. Zero DTE. Start.
CDTG. TRLB. CRLB may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay. Again, what's working for today, looking for continuation into tomorrow. Okay, so this has changed a bit during the day. Mid-cap growth saw a little bit more selling, along with big cap growth. Even value, small cap, large cap, mid cap value saw a little bit of profit taking. So let's take a look at those. Let's look at small caps. What's down? Century Aluminum, PENG,
Long date. Deep.
S&P 400. Was it Doximity? No, Digital Ocean. Digital Ocean down. Okay. So most active up today. Hecla Mining gapping up above the 200-day. So I wouldn't chase these, but GDX was mentioned a couple of weeks ago as we started to break this downtrend. That's still working.
CDTG. HIMZ.
Markets are very sluggish right now. It's 2:30 on the East Coast. 2:30. It is Wednesday, August the 19th. I hope you're having a good day. This morning was a good start to the day. We had the markets up, and then the S&P started to fade. But a lot of the New York FANG components moved higher early on. The S&P then reversed and pushed back up. That helped out a great deal. Now we're just fading a bit into the FOMC or Fed minutes. Let's see. So with that in mind, let me check the 10-year yield. We want that lower, the 10-year yield. Trying to hold on to the 21-day. If it fades again tomorrow, that would be good. U.S. Treasury is selling or buying back bonds. Junk bonds,
HIMZ.
junk. S&P, are we going to rally here or what? Micron's coming off the low. Need to see another positive day out of Micron before we jump back in that direction. SOXL turning back up. Tesla trying to go for the high of the day. Tesla trying the high of the day again. Tesla trying to break out again. Going for a new high of the day. Apple pulled back. We sold Apple into strength. Did not re-enter Apple. Sold Apple into strength this morning. Did not re-enter. Okay, so we're back below the 315 call wall. Sold a little bit early. We did push a bit higher. So nice little follow through. Okay, pulling back Tesla. As you can see, looks a lot different than Apple. We were talking about this earlier. Taking profits off into strength. Trade the lows going up to the highs. And a lot of the stocks that pull back, like NVIDIA, we're looking for a bounce. Same thing with Tesla. It pulled back and then it took off to the upside around 10:30. Google, no follow through. That was up early this morning. That dipped. What about Palantir? Palantir. Okay, so SpaceX is trying to turn end of day. Is it my imagination or does SpaceX do this? Does SpaceX do this in the evening, right? Yeah, yesterday, same thing. Pulled back, gap down, and then rallied, pulled back, and then closed right near VWAP, of course. SpaceX. Yeah, we had the nice little rally yesterday in SpaceX. And then it turned lower at 12:15 or so, 12:30. SpaceX turning back up. We still got to get above this 149.50 level. Home Depot had earnings yesterday. Lowe's had earnings this morning. Okay, Citigroup, big reversal here. Another pullback below the 50-day. JP Morgan, pulling back. Bank of America, pulling back. Morgan Stanley. Reminds me of semiconductors yesterday, only to see semiconductors bounce this morning and then sell off. Feels like distribution up here, doesn't it? If your vote is for distribution, consider taking some put flies that expire at the end of the month on Friday, not that Monday. What is 31st is on a Monday, right? Yeah, 31st is on a Monday. So I have put flies that expire not this Friday, but the following Friday. And I showed you what I had here. I have the 760, 750, 740. So anything in the direction of 760 is going to start making money. The reason why I structured a put fly is because they're cheap. You can get in for like 30 bucks with a big payout if it does start to move towards the 50-day. I don't think it will, but it's a hedge anyway, so I don't really care. It just helps me sleep at night when I still have longs on that have been battered about, like SK Hynix was looking really good. And then it got knocked down yesterday. And then it was up again this morning. Let's click SK Hynix. Yeah, so there you go. So SK Hynix was looking really good on Monday. On Friday, last Friday, I took the 170 calls off that I had. We opened up on Monday and pushed a bit higher, only to reverse. That was a pretty ugly reversal on Monday, too. If we go back and look at Monday. Okay, so here's Monday. We moved higher and then rolled right over. Faded most of the day. That kind of reminds me of what happened with Netflix the last couple of days. Netflix, it seems like Netflix, there are some executives that want to get out. So what they do is they run this up in the morning. I'm speculating. I don't have special knowledge to suggest that I know what they're doing, but that's what it seems like they're doing. Okay, they run it up.
HIMS.
Where's the pre-market high? Oh, turned it off. There's a pre-market high right there. Okay. And we're still hanging out at the high. This time, yesterday we pulled back and we produced a doji. Maybe they got everything sold that they want to sell yesterday. What do you think? Got a doji yesterday, got a follow through today. We got Ackman trading higher. Strategy. Okay, let me look at, let's see, Tesla. Strategy blew out its ATR. It's well above its ATR. ATR was somewhere around 100, the high. Mm-hmm.
RDAC you halted down.
All right, Netflix. Can we get Tesla to push higher? Yes, let's do it. There was a whole bunch of pulse alerts before that said puts leading, but because they don't, unless it's an index, they don't tell you exactly what is being traded. So the index, we can see 0-day vol. We got 5,000 calls trading. The S&P 500, 7760s. That was at 156. What did we do at 156? All right, let's 156. S&P 500, 156 right there. Somebody traded a whole bunch right there. Okay. And that little ellipse, someone traded 5,000 of the 0-day 7760 call. We don't know if that was a hedger, dealer, market maker, or if it was a trader. These are the things that would be lovely to know. Tesla Pulse, though, we had 2,500 contracts, 13.6 million in premium. Puts leading, several of those. Zero day. 20,000 puts. SPY 777 put. 770 put, sorry. 770 put. 20,000 contracts traded at 238 a couple of minutes ago. SPY, let's see what SPY looks like. Given this is moving higher, it looks like that was a sell. Somebody's selling puts for premium. Okay, hard to say. So as much as I like the pulse alerts, you got to pay attention. You got to do a little bit of extra digging. Does it look like puts are being sold, puts are being bought? Does it look like calls are being sold, calls are being bought? It's hard to tell. But the alerts do help you see some flow during the day when it otherwise might seem a little stagnant. I'm just kind of talking out loud right now. Tesla, there was a whole bunch of Tesla pulse alerts. They were puts according to Spot Gamma, but we moved away from it. So I suspect that these were puts being sold. Somebody had to buy if you were selling. Okay, whatever. If you're just joining us this late in the day, we got about an hour and 17 minutes to go? Hour and 16 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It was a good morning, kind of boring midday, coming into the evening session, watching for Tesla to take off. Strategy making a big move today. I'm looking for a follow through. This is what I'm thinking on strategy. All right, here's MSTR. Okay, MSTR. Okay, we ran up in the morning, right? Let me pull up another chart here. MSTR. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the daily strategy, right? Let me just pull up the symbol. Okay, I have no way of knowing this. Just be aware. There's probably a combination of shorts covering, new money coming in, forcing a 35 million share trade day. We're at 34,470,000 right now. So you get the pop, you get shorts covering, you get new money come in, and then you've got the day traders take profits. So that leaves us with this, okay? Shorts cover, new money comes in, we get opening range breakouts on volume, and we run up to the highs, people take profits. So now we're left with, okay, the profits are taken. Do we follow through? The shorts are probably hoping that not the case. They probably got some stops overhead up in this case, up here. Stops are probably overhead. My guess that stops overhead or up there somewhere, 5 or 10 points above this level. Just logically, you would think, will we get a stop run? Will we get another update tomorrow? I'm thinking we will. So what did I do? I bought some cheap December BITX calls. All right. So I bought the 15s. They were slightly out of the money at the time. They were 48 delta. Let me just check again. BITX. Let me see what they are now. Bought the December 15 call. I sold the 20, made it really cheap. The 15s are a 52 delta. Okay, so market makers, it seems, are pumping up the IV and the Delta's rising. We're at a 52 delta, and we are a point and a quarter out of the money. So if these go up, if we get to 25, I mean, if we get up to 20, 15, 20 call spread, these should do fairly well. I'm banking on the fact that Bitcoin is going to follow through. It's been down here for months. Okay. Is it time? Probably. It's probably time for this to move. So where are you buying? Okay, it's always convenient if you can buy it near the lows where you already have a base. And let's say things don't work out. Well, your stop is right here. If you lose that low, then you know you're wrong. Actually, if you lose today's low, you're wrong. Right? You would think. If you lose today's low, you're wrong. So we'll be looking at strategy and other positions to see if we can get a follow through.
CTTG may resume in less than a minute. ETC.
Long date. Long date.
HMS.
Long date.
SC.
SPX. Long date.
HIMZ. HIMS. CTTG may rise in 10 seconds. SC.
ATCT.
HIMZ. HIMS.
Okay, good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good to have everybody lined up and ready to go there. Mr. Smith. Duck Hunter, were you named after the founding fathers?
HIMS. BULL. HIMZ.
ATCT.
Now, my son should be getting out of school soon.
Long date. Long date.
All right, so that's my thoughts on crypto. Maybe we'll get a follow through. I have some Coinbase. I'd like to see prices much higher. I have some CRM. I'd like to see that higher as well. CRM, I've been sitting on this position from over here. CRM, right? You see that gap up? just after that gap up, I bought some thinking it was going to follow through. So I've been sitting in this for 8 weeks. I have September calls. All right. Not a whole lot to do, right? Marcus is just sitting here entertaining the idea that you might yep, exactly my thought. Exactly my thought. Paulo.
CTG may resume in less than a minute.
All right. So tomorrow's another day. I mean, a lot of stocks outdid their ATRs. Let's see. Um,
CTG may rise in 10 seconds.
Zero DT. Pulse.
BTCT.
Zero DT. Pulse.
BULL. BTCT. CNB halted down. BULL. BTCT.
Zero DT. Pulse.
BTCT.
BTCT.
CSTK. BTCT.
TCT,
NVIDIA pulse, long dated,
BULL,
0 DTE, Colstrip,
BTCT.
BTCT,
BTCT.
SPX pulse, long dated, deep put, SPX pulse, long dated, deep put,
BTCT, AA,
BTCT.
BTCT halted to the upside.
CSTK. CDTG.
BTCT, AA,
BTCT. CSTK.
BTCT,
BTCT.
CNB may resume in less than a minute.
CRM, I'd really like to get out of this with a profit. Been sitting in this forever. I don't want to get out too soon because I've been sitting in it for 8 weeks. Had plenty of time. It just it took its time to get back up above the 200-day. Got time, so I could always take profits and get something further out because my experience tells me that now that the base is complete, it's going to start turning in the other direction. So I'm going to look forward to a retest of the highs. Even 50% would be good. Let's take a look at that. CRM. Let me push this out of the way. It's a little CRM. Let's see. CRM. Let's go to the weekly. Okay, weekly. All right. So you can see I hope you can you can see what I'm thinking right here. Okay, CRM is at the low. It reminds me of Netflix. All right, look at Netflix. Okay, Netflix had this downturn that started in 2025. CRM, same thing. Is it time to break even and forget about the trade like all this time that we've spent basing? Should I just give up on it, or is this the time that you actually want to be in it? Right? So it looks like this is gonna break to the upside. So if it does, okay, let me look at the most recent pivot. You know what? Let me save this. Yep. Weekly with fibs. I'm going to add fibs to this. Okay. Fibonacci's. Our late Rick Lee Star. Love to use Fibonacci's. Let me add 25 extra bars. Okay, and remark this up because what I'm interested in is what does it do between this pivot and the most recent pivot low? We know that it's most likely going to change. It has changed trend, right? So how far are we going to go? So we got the drop. 50% retracement. We're right at 50% right now. 618 would be about 222. That seems like a decent target. So between now and September, can I get there? Probably. So I'll sell a little bit higher. So this last 5 minutes of conversation, it's for me to determine that I won't sell now at break even. I'll sell a bit higher because it is breaking trend. Does it go straight up from here or does it pull back first? Just given the way things have been lately, you think you got a great trade. It's up one day like SK Hynix. It's up one day. You think, okay, I'm going to hold on to this for another day. And it gaps down on you the next day. So here we are trying to recover SK Hynix. Could have sold into 178. However, if you recall, I sold into the 170 strike on Friday, took that trade off, and now I have a new trade, I believe. Let me check SK Hynix. Yes, I have a new trade, and it is the October 180, 185. Can we get back to this high? I think that's doable. We have an ATR of 14 bucks, so that would be $28 possible tomorrow and the next day, or even next week. Can we get 14? Can we get a couple of up days to get back to 80, 180? I think we can. So just taking the temperature of SK Hynix, if we can manage to get a bounce in the semiconductors, this should net me $14 average if that starts to turn up. Even if it's $10 average, can I get 20 points on this from this level? I think so. Over the next couple of weeks, my expiration is out in October, so I've got plenty of time. All right. So now that I beat that to death, Tesla still not doing much. You can feel Tesla's temperature here in that it's most likely the only reason this is moving is because you have a few people trading it. It doesn't feel like institutions are trading this, not like this morning. Look at the volume difference between this morning and now. It's just been moving sideways. So if you're somebody that's at the end of the day and you say, oh, I think Tesla's going to go, let me bet some money on it. Save your money. The volume has tapered off much greater this morning than it is right now. Let's wait for tomorrow. Maybe we get another opening range breakout. We can make a few points, make $400 or $500, average $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year. That's a lofty goal, but it's doable. It's doable. Now, I was looking at some comments in one of the YouTube videos that I posted on the opening range. Very useful comment. One of the things that a trader said is like, it's a coin flip, basically. Let me just do this. It's a coin flip. So opening range breakout is a coin flip. Now, it helps if you see what's happening during the pre-market. if you, during the pre-market, if you have lots of volume, if you have a lot of volume during the pre-market, and once the market opens, let me give you an example while I'm talking about it. Okay, you see the pre-market here on the pre-market line, that purple line, that's the pre-market for Tesla. Let's see what the volume looked like during the pre-market. Okay. Not that much volume, right? Well, there's a little bit. You can see it right there towards the open. That was around 840. Probably some shorts covering or some new money, whatever. We created that pre-market high, and the volume was okay. What I'm trying to get at is that this particular strategy, the opening range breakout, if you do nothing other than look at a stock that's breaking out above the opening range high, that's 50-50. It's a coin flip at best. But if you add the 1.5 times volume trigger, that increases your odds to 68%. That's a big jump. That's like for every 7 trades you take, 3 of them are not going to work. On top of that, if you have the 68% and you pay attention to the 3 sell bar rule, you get in, you sell on the first 3 red bars, that increases your odds to over 72%. Probably even higher. I'd have to do a statistical analysis of it. All right, so opening range breakout by itself with nothing else is about a 50-50 proposition. Add the 1.5 times, immediately that jumps up to 68%. Now that's statistically provable. Let me see here. All right, so let me just get this here. Increases the win rate by 8 to 12%. Okay, so the 15-minute opening range, that's 54 to 56% filtered by, when filtered by a 1.5 times volume spike. The 30-minute opening range, when a narrow opening range breaks on high volume, it accurately predicts large one-directional trend days 68% of the time. Target success rate stabilizes at approximately 62%. Okay, so that looks pretty good. All right, watching Tesla here at the high. MACD, note MACD is crossed up. Let's see what Netflix looks like. Netflix. Notice the MACD on Netflix is also trending. Let's look at one other thing here. If you're trading Netflix or Tesla, look at the 60-minute 20 MA. It's trending. So if you add this together with the opening range, you start to increase your odds the more you layer in strategies, right? So this morning, what worked this morning? Apple, right? Apple ran up in the morning, 6 candles ago. That was the close right there, the 309.73. We had that run up in the morning. 3 candles sell rule. You moved out of it, but it's still trending, 921 days. So it's probably going to bounce again. The odds are that the trend will continue. Okay, there goes Apple right now. Okay, Apple's going higher at the moment. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft turned back up. The 500, 510 Call spread I was talking about before. Let me see what that's going for now. Microsoft on the move. Working orders, filled orders, canceled orders. Microsoft. Microsoft moving higher. Trying to get back above the 20 EMA. Turning back up. Microsoft. Okay, so ABC. This is lower than this. C. Okay, let's see what we do here. Microsoft. Snowflake also moving higher. Snowflake.
HYPG. HYP. HYP halted to the upside. RR. HYPD.
Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla trying to break out. Tesla trying to break out.
THYP.
Palantir moving back up to the highs, looking for Palantir to continue. We touched the opening range high twice today, once in the morning, another time right around 12:10 p.m. And now we're trying to push a bit higher back to the opening range high. Palantir, Green Day.
HYPG. BHYP. BHYP.
There he is. First day of school. Tesla trying to push a bit higher. There's a lack of volume at the moment.
HYP may resume in less than a minute. HYPG. THYP may rest in 10 seconds. ABC up. HYPG. BHYP. ABC up. BTOG. HYPG. PURR.
Snowflake on the move. Snowflake, nice end of day run. Snowflake end of day run.
BTCT may resume in less than a minute.
Micron.
ABC up.
Microsoft.
BHYP. PURR. BTCT may rest in 10 seconds. HYPD.
Okay, goes Apple as well. Apple on the move.
BHYP. PURR. THYP.
Apple's on the move. Okay, there goes Apple off the low. 315 call wall. 315 call wall.
BTCT vaulted to the upside. GRNQ vaulted to the upside. LGHL. LGHL.
CDTG. BTOG.
IOBA.
LGHL.
Netflix. What's Netflix doing? Netflix. Okay. August puts.
CDTG.
Okay, Netflix. Okay, stair stepping higher, Netflix. Closing better than it did yesterday. I don't want to jinx it, but Netflix closing in the upper half of its daily range today. Yesterday, I suspect that was that CFO that was selling shares because they ran it up and they sold the entire day. If you look at the price action, talked about this before. If you look at yesterday's price action, okay, they ran it up in the morning. And then they started selling. You see the volume there? They started selling into the close. I suspected it was that CFO. Today, we're following through. We know that Ackman's in it. So Netflix would be nice if it turns out as good as I think it's going to turn out. Okay. If it does, I'm looking at, where's my notes here? I took some notes. I'm looking at there you are. Looking at a 26% return just on the shares alone, 26% in the next 2 weeks. Options, even more, obviously. So this looks pretty good. We got a 21-day, 50-day cross on the daily. Okay, pre-market high earlier, Netflix. Okay, Microsoft just rolled over. A little profit taking in Microsoft. NVIDIA starting to turn up too. NVIDIA. Hanging man. It's a little late in the day. I'm not going to take a trade on it, but hopefully we get a follow through tomorrow. NVIDIA is a bit sluggish. Hard to trade these opening range breakouts on NVIDIA. Apple continuation here. Apple looks like it wants to keep going. Always seems to be sellers at the end of the day in Apple. It runs up and then we get sellers coming in. Okay, so the pre-market, the first hour or so, first 2 hours on Apple were good. So I'm not going to try to trade again. We could take a trade here. Amazon pushing up. So I got Amazon calls. I want Amazon to do well. Amazon looks good. Amazon. Okay, Amazon's breaking out to a new high right now. No, it's not. Okay, it's getting really close to breaking out. Amazon trying to break out. Tesla trying to break out. Okay, goes Amazon. Amazon's going here. Looks good. Amazon end of day. Looking for the end of day breakout. Had a nice opening range breakout this morning on volume. We consolidated. We're bouncing off the 21 day. Day 2. Amazon day 2. Bounce. Looks good. Whoopsie. What did I do there? All right. Amazon.
CDTG halted down.
Pfizer, Merck, all of these gapping up. J&J, Lilly. Okay, all of them look good. They all look good. Amazon looks good.
HIMS. I will be it.
Palantir back to the highs. Palantir back to opening range high for a third time.
I will be it.
Amazon's running here. Amazon runner. Breakout. Amazon running here, breaking out. Okay, there goes Amazon. All right.
LGHL.
That looks good. Amazon.
ATCT halted down.
Zero DT. Hold. Stop. Zero DT. Put strip. Stop. Spider. Long date.
LGHL. mRNA. mRNX. mRNA.
Amazon looking good. All right, looks good.
TG may resume in less
All
than
right. So what are the chances that Amazon could continue trending here into Friday and into next week? Got a nice bounce. RSI is rising. We're back into this volume by price band over here on the left. So there is going to be some resistance. People that were buying in this area that were looking for the breakout that got stuck when it pulled back, got back up here, didn't sell because they thought it was going to follow through, pulls back again. I have no proof to tell you that that's what's happening, but I'm just assuming. Same thing with me with CRM. You know, CRM's back up to where I bought, above where I bought it, so I'm back to a positive. Do I sell now or do I wait for the longer term, which is looking much better because we're back above the 10 EMA? 50% retracement. 618 brings us to 240, I think it was 230, 240. So that looks good. Amazon looking good.
DURR.
CODX.
mRNA has been a big move today. mRNA.
Zero DT. Stop. Zero DT. Micron pulse.
DURR.
Micron pulse. Oh, good.
mRNA.
Zero DT. Pulse. Stop.
TCT may resume in less than
Zero DT. Pulse. Stop. NVIDIA pulse. Long day.
mRNY.
Zero DT.
NVIDIA pulling back in.
Stop.
All right, Apple pulling back now. See, it does this all the time. Apple, for some reason, I don't know what the deal is, but they do this quite often. You'll see this run up end of day, and it's almost always a trick. Let's look at yesterday. Let's look at yesterday. Where is Apple's price action? Yes, yesterday. Okay, they run it up. They run it up end of day. See it right there? Drops it off. Run it up again. Looks like it's going to break out. They pull it back right before the close. Microsoft did the same thing. Okay, Microsoft did the same thing. Okay, nice little bounce. Looked like it was going to follow through and pulls back in. It's just been sitting there on a flat V lap. So tomorrow, another day, we'll look for more upside. S&P 500, no follow through. And looking at Trace, end of day, net open interest going into tomorrow. Net OI, non-zero day net OI. Got resistance overhead at 77.50 and support down here at 76.85, 76.95, and 7,700.
0 DTE, Colstrip. Stop. 0 DTE, Colstrip. Stop. Tesla pump. Long data. 0 DTE, Colstrip. Stop.
mRNA. TSLA.
Tesla going. Tesla going. Okay, another one that's probably going to pop here, suck a bunch of people in. Watch for the liquidity grab.
Stop.
Tesla high today.
0 Stop.
Let's see what they do here. Tesla. 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 Let's go, Tesla.
LGHL. mRNX. mRNA.
mRNX and mRNA. That one's been in play all day. mRNA. mRNA going.
LGHL. mRNX.
mRNA. Shorts getting crushed, I would say. Shorts getting crushed today. That's a hell of a move. Very nice.
BYND.
Yeah, the Cure. It's a good band. Okay, wow, that's a look at the volume coming in. Holy smokes.
LGHL.
Moderna. Remember when this was like in the 40s? Last time I traded that Moderna was in the mid 40s. mRNA. Okay. Over here in the 40s. Holy Toledo.
LGHL. EYPT.
S&P, Tesla. All right, Tesla. Google. Tesla. Okay. Google pushing a bit higher. Moderna, Pfizer, Lilly, all of these gapping up today. Okay, so all of these are working on infectious diseases. Lilly working with Amplitude Therapeutics. Cerebras got a nice little hammer, if that can hold tomorrow. SpaceX didn't perform this time. Tends to run in the day. We're still consolidating 6 days now, looking for a break above 149.50 on SpaceX. So apparently Moderna and Merck announced some historic positive phase 3 results for their personalized mRNA cancer vaccine combined with Merck's immunotherapy drug Keytruda. This is applying to high-risk melanoma patients. The trial successfully met its primary endpoint of improving recurrence-free survival and secondary goals of preventing distant metastasis, marking the first ever successful late-stage trial for an mRNA-based cancer therapy. So both of those jumping today. Moderna up over 140+%. Merck up 12%. Some of the older biotech companies. What's Amgen doing? Amgen, that gapped up as well. Amgen, Biogen. Okay, XBI looks really good. Biotechs look good. XBI, all of those are looking good. Squeeze, taking off to the upside. Can we get some more upside? And XBI, what time is it? We got 12 minutes to go. XBI. Can we get a follow through on XBI? Okay, XBI jumping around here. Some profit taking end of day.
DNA. TEM.
LGHL.
LGHL.
Mm.
TEM.
So if you think some of these stocks are going to follow through, Moderna, Lilly, Merck, Amgen, Biogen, etc., you could buy a ETF like XBI or IBB. XBI is the S&P 500. IBB is the NASDAQ. Okay. These look like they'll follow through. Okay. Looking good. This is Cousin Vinny coming to you from the closingprint.com. We've about 8 minutes left to go in the trading session. It is Wednesday, August 19th. FOMC minutes came out today. Markets are lower after that. Hedge flows just flat to slightly lower. MRNY, MRNY. Yield max, Moderna, MRNY. Wow, that's crazy. MRNY, yield max, option strategy, ETF on Moderna. That's crazy.
CDTG.
mRNA. EYPT.
CDTG. LGHL. Logic.
TRO. NYPT.
NPIL. NEPX. NPIG.
TEMT.
CPTG. LGHL. Logic. CNV.
mRNX. mRNA.
Logic. LGHL. CSTK. Logic. Logic. ETCT.
Okay, we got 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Mean and Walton.
Logic.
SMU.
ETCT. LGHL.
CAPR. SMU.
ETCT.
PWR. SMU.
CPTG. ETCT.
EYPT. BULL. PWR.
Okay, CBRS popping in today. CBRS shorts covering. There goes Tesla. Tesla popping. Okay, there goes Tesla into the close. Tesla. Okay, Tesla into the close. Big pop there. Okay, that looks good. Very nice pop on Tesla if you took it. All right. Tesla's still going after hours. All right. Okay, folks, I got a hard stop. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, August the 19th, 4 p.m. Straight up the closing bell. Hope you have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Ciao.